Thanks, Ann.
We are ready here, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, October 13th Lawrence City Commission meeting. Before we get started on our official meeting, we will hear from Porter Arneal about the Zoom setup on this meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. My name is Porter Arneal, and I'll be facilitating the Zoom video portion of the meeting tonight. With me is Sherri Reidemann, City Clerk. She'll work alongside Mayor Ananda to facilitate the meeting proceedings. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel. Hang on, I have an audio issue here. Sorry. There we go. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and public access cable channel 25. During the meeting, please mute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon found on the lower left-hand side of the Zoom menu next to the video icon. When you are muted, a red line will appear over the icon. This will make it easier for everyone to hear during the meeting. You'll just have to remember to unmute if and when you want to speak. To ensure that the meeting runs smoothly, I may mute people as needed to reduce background noises. In the menu, you can also turn your camera on or off by clicking the video icon. For the purposes of this public meeting, during the time that you are active in the meeting, please keep your video on. If you are not actively participating in the meeting, it is okay to turn your video off and listen until it is your time to speak or present. If you're participating by phone, you can click *6 to unmute your phone. Somewhere on your Zoom screen, you will also see a choice to toggle between speaker and gallery view. Speaker view shows the active speaker, while gallery view tiles all of the meeting participants at the same time. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Mayor Ananda.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you, Porter. Before we get started, I'm going to do roll call. Vice Mayor Finkeldei.
Here.
Commissioner Bully.
Here.
Commissioner Larsen.
Here.
Commissioner Shipley. Here. Thank you. We are all present this evening. And then before we move on to our first agenda item, we will hear from Sherri Reidemann in regard to this meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to provide a few reminders to ensure that the provisions of the Kansas Open Meetings Act are met. Commissioners, you must state your name and title each time you speak. All motions will need to be stated clearly. After a motion is made and seconded, the mayor will call on commissioners individually to provide their vote. Mayor, you will then need to announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. Various members of city staff are present via Zoom, and they must also state their name and title each time they speak. Individuals who signed up in advance to provide public comment remotely will be called upon by name. When you are called on, please unmute your listening device and state your name before speaking. The regular 3-minute time limit will apply. The mayor will then call for in-person public comment for those without access to technology options. Staff present will direct you to the podium to speak, following social distancing and safety protocols. The regular 3-minute time limit will apply. Thank you.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you, Sherri. We are ready to move on to our first agenda item, and that is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the session on tonight's agenda. When the motion is made to recess into executive session, the Commission will leave this Zoom meeting and go into a separate Zoom meeting. When the time scheduled for the executive session has elapsed, the Commission will return to the Zoom meeting and resume the regularly scheduled meeting. Are there any changes that a member of the Commission wishes to make to the agenda this evening?
This is Commissioner Bully, move approval of the agenda.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei, second.
This is Mayor Ananda. We have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second from Vice Mayor Finkeldei. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei?
Aye.
Commissioner Larsen?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Ananda, aye. That passes unanimously. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda. All matters listed below on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Consent agenda items are eligible for live public comment. Individuals wishing to provide live public comment must register as outlined at the top of the agenda. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. Are there any items that a member of the commission wishes to remove from the consent agenda?
Yeah, Commissioner Larsen, I'd like to remove consent item B7D.
Are there other items? I would like to remove item B6C. Excuse me, I'm making a note. We also have members of the public who have requested to remove item B2A and B7E.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I move approval of the consent agenda with the exception of items B2A, B6C, B7D, and B7E.
Commissioner Larsen, second.
This is Mayor Ananda. We have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second from Commissioner Larsen. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larsen?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Ananda, aye. That passes unanimously. The first item on the list that we pulled was item B2A, and Stephen Watts has signed up to give public comment on this item. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. A review of the minutes. I trust each of you have read the minutes. To show that I did request at that meeting formally for the review board to look at 8 Can't Wait. They haven't done that. It hasn't happened. Not since then. Now, and the city's turned to a consultant who's rigged the process by requiring a vendor who's familiar with a specific model, which is going to increase the number of police people in our community. The newspaper are now reporting doublespeak from the police department administrators. We've got us lined up like dominoes in this grant deception stuff. And where are you in doing this? And we need to expand it to 8 Can't Wait, not just not choking people. I don't understand what the commission is waiting on for this stuff. The doublespeak that the newspaper is reporting with respect to the police attitude on no knock warrants. Basically, the thing is just like what you did with the immigration ordinance. It's all worded really nicely, but in the bottom line, if the police want to do it, they can do it. Just like they can arrest people on immigration matters. When they want to, they can. It's not right. When are you going to at least talk about it? Can't wait. That stuff started May 31st when you had hundreds of people in the streets, and now there's what? October 9th, 4 months later. It's incredible. It's incredible that you have failed to act, even to talk about it, to say, we're not going to do this. Because what you're going to end up doing, you acted overnight to get an ordinance to give the police more power to push people around relative to public health when it didn't have to be like that. I understand there was a lot of pressure to do this, and you know, you guys have been doing good work because you've stayed the course. Some people have retired and left city service, county service, all of this stuff. Anyway, 8 Can't Wait. When are we going to get no chokeholds in Lawrence, Kansas? When is that going to happen? Your turn.
Mayor Ananda, the item is acceptance of minutes from the Community Police Review Board. Commissioners? Anything to add, or do we want to make a motion?
Mayor, this is Sherri Reidemann, City Clerk. You might want to open it up for any other public comment since it was pulled, but since you're just receiving the minutes, you don't need to approve the minutes.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you, Sherri. Is there any other public comment on this item?
On this item,
Correct.
you want to speak on
Yes.
this particular item?
Yeah, on this one.
Okay.
Here is
There, there's a
Mayor.
gentleman here.
Yes, hello, my name is Hyde. I agree with the gentleman who spoke. We need to be wary of giving the police too much power. Anybody with too much power can endanger others. And I'll tell you that I am a candidate for the police chief of the Lawrence Police Department. So I believe that we need to support the police. But just like anybody, we shouldn't over support them. So I think that's all I have to say about that.
This is Mayor Ananda. Is there anyone else, Sherri?
No.
Thank you. So since we do not need a motion on this item unless there's anything else from commissioners, we'll move on. The next item on the agenda is B6C, and that's consider adopting on second and final reading ordinance number 9812 to set the speed limit on all local streets citywide to 25 miles per hour unless otherwise posted. We do have an individual signed up to give public comment on this item. I actually pulled this item as well. So I will let the public comment go first, and then I will raise my issues to have a discussion about. So Chris Flowers, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I sent in most of my thoughts, so I won't really go through everything, but basically last week I forgot to mention, like, what does this mean for police defunding? Like, I understand Lawrence Listens did a survey about the speed, but did they survey about the public's desire for more police enforcement? Because I don't think we should be doing more police enforcement when we don't have the results back from 8 Can't Wait. So if we're doing something where, like the 8 Can't Wait, where we're looking to see if our policing isn't up to snuff, should we really be approving more police enforcement before we get the results back of the 8 Can't Wait? And I think also I want to see a definite enforcement policy before this gets approved, because when we approve this, and I mean, it starts in February, let's say we don't get the stuff from 8 Can't Wait until after February, then we could potentially just be doing more harm with the police enforcement if we don't know for sure what our end goal is with enforcement. And also I asked for animal control, and I thought that was going to be looking like the 24-hour animal control. If we're talking about police defunding, I want 24-hour animal control. And if we're having to come up with manpower and the money for the police to be doing traffic citations, we might not have that in the budget. So I think any talk about more police enforcement should occur at the time when we're talking about police funding in general, with what our goals are for that. And also, when it comes to fairness, are there going to be any tickets for the parents letting their kids play in the street? Like, if part of the reason we're having to do this is parents complaining that like a kid's going to get hurt, then shouldn't also the people that are letting their kids or their animals out in the street where they can get hit? I mean, they're part of the problem also. Is the ticketing only going to be done against the speeders though? Are the parents, I mean, are the suburban parents, are they actually going to get ticketed also? Or is it just going to be one group getting the police enforcement while another group they turn a blind eye to their part of the problem also? So those are just some thoughts I had. Thank you.
Mayor Ananda, thank you. Sherri, are there any other public comment on this item?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, so when it comes to road safety, I'm a great example of road safety. In 1994 at
5 West 27th Street, Lawrence, Kansas, I was struck by a 35-mile-an-hour vehicle wearing a bicycle helmet. Anyway. And I survived. Rob Court, who worked with the fire department at the time, started the helmet program, giving away free helmets to kids. If parents are bickering about kids running into street, have them talk to me, because man, my parents let me go over to my friend's house that day. I didn't make it. I learned a lesson. Don't be in a rush when you cross the street. Don't think you can beat that other car across the street, because that's what I was thinking. I'm kind of a daredevil. But anyway, I agree with the stuff about the police enforcement that was said last. And the third thing I want to say is about 24-hour animal control. I have to respectfully say that that is completely 100% ridiculous. Thank you.
Mrs. Mayor Ananda. Sherri, is there anyone else?
No, Mayor.
Mrs. Mayor Ananda, thank you, Sherri. So the reason that I pulled this is I listened to the discussion that you all had last week, and I was very thankful for how thorough that discussion was. And I really appreciate the very thoughtful questions that were asked and the dialogue that happened. I think that some things that were salient for me in that conversation was, Dave mentioned that the lowering the speed limit, to his knowledge, was not part of that plan. That it does fit with our goals, but there's a balance in prioritizing our traffic enforcement, and doing it all at once was one option, but it wasn't part of a plan. Obviously, there was some enforcement dialogue, and that was really the most impactful for me, because we've been having discussions and have explicitly spoken about and have not had any votes on, but certainly it's a priority for me. And I think as we look at our strategic plan this evening, we will see that equity is a strong priority for our community. And this doesn't, for me, align with that if enforcement will be through police and policing. And so we're simultaneously indicating that we want a reduction in policing within our community. And along with this comes an increase in that, and particularly around stops. And right now we are engaging in a study with Northeastern University through the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council to track stops, to identify where officers are behaving inappropriately or making stops inappropriately or disproportionately based on race specifically. I think that traffic safety obviously is a priority, and we want safe streets for our community. I think that right now it's not prudent to lower the speed limits at this moment, prior to completing those conversations around law enforcement that we are continuing to have on the proposals that were made in June, and I'll take ownership of those. So I think that for me, and looking at this, I want to stay consistent with the values that we've explicitly stated, and that is around reducing the amount of policing that's happening in our community, particularly in regard to stops. I think that there is a time and a space for this, and I certainly think that targeted lowering of those speed limits is absolutely appropriate. But I think a plan that is applied everywhere to all of our residential streets right now isn't prudent in lieu of the other values that we're holding up. I live on a street that's 20 miles per hour. I know that those targeted pieces are available, are possible. So that is where I sit with this. I'm certainly happy to engage in dialogue on this, because I know that you all have put a lot of thought in this and very carefully considered, your votes on this. But that was kind of how I walked away from reviewing that dialogue. So we can have more dialogue, or we can just vote. That's fine. I know that you all talked about this for a very long time.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Larsen. I don't know how much I would really add to that since you listened to our tape from last week, and I really appreciate you doing that. For me, the key piece of this is there's 5 E's. It's just not enforcement. There's 5 aspects to trying to educate, evaluate, enforce, and there's a couple of other ones there. And it only works as a group. And so you've got, I do believe that, you need to have all 5 of those in order to be successful in making sure that our streets are safe. And you're right, we've still got a lot of conversation to go with the police funding issue, as well as the police just what their tasks are, and that's all going to be part of the conversation. One thing we did do during our meeting was we did ask for the police to bring us back a plan, an enforcement plan, and I think at that point in time, it would give each of us an opportunity to weigh in on that enforcement plan, and then also to be informed with the study that's going to be that is basically starting now with the police, and I believe that when as we talked about this, that was a big caveat was, well, we're going to be doing this study. It's all part of that. And this entire conversation, from the 8 can't wait to just the police policy as a whole, to even this conversation, it's all part of this bigger picture that we're trying to work to come together and see what how this consultant approaches all that. But having these conversations, I think, is really good, because it'll also inform the consultant as to where our thought process is to a certain degree, because I'm sure they would be listening to all this. But I'm still okay with moving forward with it, because I don't think that enforcement is the main driving force of the 5 E's. It's just part of the big picture, and that we're going to continue to have these conversations on what the plan is for enforcement, and at that point we can weigh in, and I fully expect that we all will.
Mayor, Commissioner Shipley, I agree with Commissioner Larsen. The other thing I would maybe remind us of is sort of the discovery that the speed limit's not posted in a lot of local neighborhoods and local streets. So we're not necessarily doing something that we maybe shouldn't have already have done, which was post the speed limit on local streets. So that's kind of where I am feeling comfortable. And again, I agree with Commissioner Larsen. We all know there's a larger conversation that needs to happen, and not at all voting to change the way that police officers enforce at this time, because we have a lot more discussion to have about that. But people do drive pretty fast, and especially for people who come here from other places and it's not posted, the very least we could do is post the speed limit. So I'm still in support of this, again, with the same caveats as Commissioner Larsen, that we have a lot more conversation to have.
This is Mayor Ananda. I think that one question that I have as we've reduced enforcement within our community is whether or not our streets have become more dangerous if there's increased accidents, increased pedestrian accidents, bicycle accidents. And I don't know if we have any data on that.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I'll attempt to answer the question, but I probably can't give you a concrete answer tonight. We do keep data on crash reports, motorists and vehicles, vehicles and pedestrians and cyclists. So I don't have, we do keep the data, but I don't have any direct correlation to that versus enforcement over a period of time.
This is Mayor Ananda. I don't know the source of where I feel like I've heard this information that it has decreased. And so the reason that I'm willing to hold this space for the broader law enforcement conversation is that there is not necessarily an urgency that couldn't be addressed with very targeted speed reduction. I'll also say, you know, anybody who's taken a driver test should know that the speed limit in a residential area is 30, whether or not it's posted, unless it's otherwise posted. And everybody took a driver's test, theoretically, who has a driver's license. So I think that for me, I feel a sense of urgency from others and like in this presentation, but I don't feel like it's a real urgent. It's not urgent enough for me to step into this space before we're able to have very thoughtful discussions around these other issues. So I don't know if somebody wants to make a motion or if there's continued dialogue to have.
This is Commissioner Boley. I appreciate your concerns. I agree with Commissioner Larsen and Commissioner Shipley. And, you know, essentially what we are doing is moving in the direction of our strategic plan with our plans for the neighborhoods. I think this is an important component of that, and I support the ordinance.
We have a motion.
This is Commissioner Larsen, and I move to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 9812.
Commissioner Shipley, second.
This is Mayor Ananda. We have a motion from Commissioner Larsen, a second from Commissioner Shipley. Commissioner Larsen?
Aye.
Mr. Shipley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Ananda, nay. That passes 4-1. Let's see, next on the consent agenda, thank you all for indulging my dialogue on that, I appreciate it, is B7D, and that's consider approving the special alcohol funding application for 2021. And was that Commissioner Larsen?
Yeah, Mayor, I pulled that off. I just had some questions, and first of all, I want to thank staff for and the board for putting this together. I got a chance to watch part of that meeting when it was going on a couple weeks ago, I believe it was. So my questions kind of revolve around the reporting requirements as well as the submittal of annual report requirement. Before I get into that, I did notice here that they want to release this or open this up October 26th, which is like 2 weeks away, and we're just getting it now. So there's really doesn't seem like there's a lot of time for us to review it and make comments, and then if we had any at all, for it to go back and have them to look at it, because they wouldn't have time till their next meeting to actually do that. But I don't want to hold up the funding process, because I think it's important that these funds get distributed. But I did have a question about the measurable goals that's required. It says all programs must have goals with measurable outcomes. Doesn't indicate in there exactly what they're going to do with those, how they're going to view those goals. I'm assuming that's just part of the review process for the board. But then the other one that I'm really concerned about it is that they're required to submit an annual report by the February 15th of the following year, which would be 2022 for this year. But there's nothing in here that indicates that if they don't file the report, what happens if they do file the report and it really doesn't meet the objectives that they gave in their original application. I mean, how is that final report handled, and how is it reviewed, or do we just put it in a file somewhere and just not look at it? So I'm kind of curious from staff as to how that would work.
This is Danielle Buschkoetter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I'll start by kind of addressing the first question, Commissioner Larsen, about kind of the objectives. The board utilizes that in terms of making their recommendation to you all, but from kind of a staff perspective, those are the elements of their application that we take when we put together our agreement with agencies to basically identify the amount received for what program and for what outcomes to be delivered as part of that. So that's how we utilize kind of those outcomes. And I think is a continued area of discussion, particularly for the board. As it relates to the annual report, I think the board over the years has had a lot of discussion about it. While there's been a lot of discussion, I would not say that there has been much consensus in terms of what to do. One of the things, in addition to making recommendations to you all for funding that the board is really tasked with doing, is to review those annual reports and bring back a kind of report to you all. So you will actually see that on your next commission meeting. We didn't get it in time for this one, but you should see that annual report from the board October 20th. And in that, you'll see that the board is kind of acknowledging that they probably need to enhance that annual report process a bit so that they can better relay to you all kind of the community impact is a lot of the language that they use that these dollars are having in our community. Weren't able to get that done for the dollars spent in 2019, but I anticipate that being a discussion that we have with the board at their November meeting. So I would say that's typically how those annual reports are used. We put them on the website, and then the board reviews them and puts forward a annual report for you all. But in terms of consensus about having language in there that's very clear about, you know, an agency not receiving funding if an annual report isn't submitted on time, the board has not gone to that length related to those reports.
Commissioner Larsen, is that the plan to do so at some point to ensure that we get these reports? Because I know we've had issues with some, maybe just one or two. I'm not for sure. I just remember that we did not receive, or hearing that we did not receive some of the annual reports in a timely manner.
This is Danielle Buschkoetter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I think that's a conversation that the board is likely to have at their November meeting when we start talking about what is the annual report going to look like for 2020. And frankly, I think that's a discussion that they're going to have to really grapple with. I think you talk about the impacts of COVID-19. I think it's very likely that we may have some agencies that initially, when they submitted for these funds, are not able to meet all of the objectives that they identified because they had to kind of change course and kind of adapt a little bit. So I think those are questions that the board is going to be forced to kind of grapple with here sooner rather than later. So, you know, I think if there's specific direction that you all would like to give that board ahead of that conversation, that's something we can certainly kind of incorporate into that November meeting as we talk about what these future annual reports are going to look like.
Commissioner Larsen, thank you. I just have one more question here. One of the questions that's asked on the form is about whether or not they get funding from another, let me find it here, from other city coffers, I guess it is. Is that right? Is that what I'm remembering? There's a question in that regard about what other city funding that they receive. And I know in the past, and I'm not sure if it's this program or just the social service as a whole, we've gotten very inconsistent answers on that from the written answers that we receive from those who are asking for funding, where we know they received funding, other fundings, but yet it's not listed on their application form. And I don't say that they're doing it on purpose. It's just a matter of filling out the form. But so what, with this new application process, what are we doing to kind of ensure that the funding that we're providing is that we fully understand, you know, what other funding we're getting from or we're giving to the programs, and how that impacts the decision made by the board?
This is Danielle Buschkoetter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. You know, I think, you know, as we were having conversations with the board, I think knowing what other funding agencies are getting from the city is helpful in terms of kind of their discussion. This will be the first year that they're just specifically focusing on special alcohol dollars. So I think there will be kind of an added layer of interest in terms of kind of those general fund dollars that they had provided recommendations on previously, but will not be for 2021. So I think some of the challenge with this is going to be a little bit of a chicken and the egg sort of thing. There may be some timing issues related to when they submit the application versus if they then, submit this application in November of this year, but then after that's done, they then want to apply for affordable housing dollars, for example. We may not capture that because of some of those timing issues. So I think that's part of the challenge, but hopefully what this will do is kind of outline those dollars that they know they're going to be receiving from the city. And, I think there's just kind of a validation process that we as staff have to kind of go through with these as well. We can't necessarily expect the board to know if those agencies received CDBG or home funding. So I think that's probably a portion of this process that we need to participate in a little bit more thoroughly to get at your point, Commissioner.
Yeah, because I'm assuming that depending on what other dollars are receiving, that's part of their decision-making process as to if we're providing funding for them in other areas, how does this match up with what the whole need is, throughout the community and for all those that applied for the funding. So, I would just hope that we could capture that better. And I'm sure, I know you guys have been working on the process and I really appreciate that. I don't have a problem with moving forward to this. I would ask that maybe in the future, if we could get these a little sooner, then 2 weeks before it's going to be released in order to have the applications filled out, that would be great. So we can maybe look at it a little sooner. I appreciate that. Okay. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Boley. Danielle, does this application take into consideration the non-cash support that the city provides to organizations? Is that to be listed on this along with the grants that are made?
This is Danielle Buschkoetter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. The way that we have that particular question identified, it doesn't specifically call out in-kind contributions. In the budget section a little bit later on, there is an opportunity for in-kind contributions. I would say, based on looking at a very similar question we had in previous applications, by and large, we're not capturing in-kind contributions if places are using a city facility or those sorts of things. I would say by and large, that's not being captured.
I guess that's something I'm interested in trying to get more information from these organizations with regard to that aspect.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldei. I know historically, basically the application for the special alcohol tax and the application for social service funding came at about the same time or had the exact same deadline, and many entities apply for one, the other, or both. I know with the strategic plan, we've been holding off on the social service application. Do we have a time frame when we expect it will come out?
Danielle Buschkoetter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. We actually met on that very topic earlier today. So we are, to the extent that we can, we recognize that agencies are often applying for both of these. I don't think we're going to be able to get that application, to Commissioner Larsen's point, to you all for October 20th so that we could, have that same time frame. So I think the reality is that application is probably going to come to you all for some sort of consideration in early November. But as we'll get into, I think it really is important that we tie that application to our strategic plan. So ideally, we'd be able to get that in place before we really get that application out.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei, I appreciate that, and I understand what we're doing. I do think you need to be ready for folks who are scared that they may not be eligible, and historically they have, that you might see a sharp increase in special alcohol tax requests, whereas because they don't know yet if they're going to qualify under the social service one, if they think they can qualify, whereas they might have balanced it out before. So by having that timing, I think we're going to have to watch that and be ready for it because, I think that's what the agencies will be looking at. A follow-up question to one of Commissioner Larsen. So maybe this is for you, Danielle, or Casey, or Tony. Doesn't the agreement that each of the parties sign, doesn't it have a provision in it that if you don't do what you say, we can withhold the funding or clawback? I can't remember exactly. I know I've signed a few of those on behalf of some agencies as a board chair.
This is Casey Toomay, Assistant City Manager, and I'd have to look at the language of the agreement. I can't remember if that's exactly what's in there. I know there is a provision that talks about our ability to alter the second half of the distribution if the funding's not available. I don't know, Danielle, if you can think off the top of your head about that or not.
Danielle Buschkoetter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I don't think that there is a clawback in those agreements. I think to Casey's point, there is language related to cash basis. So, if the governing body determined cash was not available related to that second disbursement, there's flexibility there. But in terms of agencies said that they were going to support, 50 people, but only supported 48 people. I don't think that there's language currently in that draft agreement language for us to claw back and get those funds back.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei, yeah, I probably shouldn't have used the word clawback in that sense. Typically under audit rules, there's two types of funding. There's, restricted funding and unrestricted funding. And I know the city money, when the auditors and others look at it, because of our agreement, consider it restricted funding, that we have to use it for what we say we're going to use it for, as opposed to unrestricted funding, which is, just, cash that an entity could use for anything. So although it's not the perfect mechanism, it's certainly, I think, considered a restricted fund, and I think that's appropriate. So thank you.
Commissioner Shipley, thanks, Mayor. Kind of to that point and what you've all been talking about, presumably most of these agencies are ones we see every year. They're familiar with the expectations, even when they change a little bit. There's a built-in consequence for not doing what we ask. So I just would want to remind you that, someone not using the money for what it's used for becomes its own consequence the next time. But what I really would like to say is I want to agree with Commissioner Boley about the in-kind donations. Later we're going to talk about transient guest tax, and that's something that there was a lot of discussion about for that grant money. And I agree with him that it may not be make or break, but for transparency's sake, I think it's good information to have. So if anyone else is interested, obviously not now, but in the future for the board to discuss, and I want to thank him for that, noticing that.
This is Mayor Ananda. Any other discussion on this item? Do we have any public comment? Sherri?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. I had to step outside.
A Fox 4 interview, so I don't know what you guys are talking about, and I actually find that to be a problem that I can't leave and come back and know what you're talking about.
Mayor Ananda, Sherri, is there any other public comment on the item?
No, Mayor.
So Mayor Ananda, thank you. So it is back up to the commission.
Commissioner Larsen, and I move to approve the special alcohol funding application for 2021.
This is Commissioner Boley, second.
This is Mayor Ananda. We have a motion from Commissioner Larsen, a second from Commissioner Boley. Commissioner Larsen?
Aye.
Commissioner Boley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Ananda, aye. That passes unanimously. The last item that was pulled from the consent agenda is item B7E. Consider approving revisions to the 2020-2024 CIP. And we have 3 individuals signed up to give public comment on this item. First is Ann Fowler. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes. You are muted.
Hi, I'm Ann Fowler. I didn't expect to be talking with you again quite this soon. However, when I read through tonight's agenda a few days ago, I was really surprised to see the extension of West 27th through the Mutt Run included in Dave Cronin's agenda item report. I wasn't expecting this project to be on your agenda until the 20th. As you're aware, our group of more than 1,250 users of the Mutt Run is asking the commissioners to grant a moratorium on this project. No one has yet sought public opinion, nor have all options, including some presented in the MSP study, been considered. The reason I'm here tonight is because we object to the recommended addition of $100,000 to the 2021 budget for this project, because it hasn't yet been approved by the commission. We believe that increasing funding for a project before it's been approved is backwards and inappropriate. Therefore, we're asking that this item be removed from the agenda tonight, pending the commissioner's upcoming decision. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next on our list to give public comment on this item is Jeffrey Miller.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Miller. I oppose the 27th Road Extension Project. I would like for you to vote no. Dogs all over the city will appreciate the one part left as be. The cost will be $1,250,000. It can be used for improving the roads and making sidewalks on the streets that need them. Children in my neighborhood must walk to school on streets without sidewalks and with many parked cars on the street. That's why I encourage you to vote no on the 27th Road Extension Project.
Mayor Ananda, thank you. The third individual we have signed up to give public comment on this item is Trudy Walker. Please go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Trudy Walker, and I use the Mutt Run Dog Park at least 3 to 4 days a week, year-round. I'm opposed to the 27th Street extension through Mutt Run Off-Leash Dog Park. This is an off-leash dog park. Traffic cannot safely be routed through an off-leash area. The potential for accidents, injury, and deaths is very high. City staff has stated they will figure out safety issues for the dog park dogs and users after the fact. That is not realistic or safe in any way. The city currently will not even do basic safety fixes that exist at the current dog park. I have no trust that future safety issues will be handled any differently. City staff has stated that the dog park is the most heavily used of all the city parks and admitted that the city provides us the least amount of maintenance and improvements of any of the city parks. For some reason, the seasonal part-time sports users are considered first-class citizens, while the dog park users which use the facility dawn to dark 365 days a year are apparently considered second-class citizen in the city's eyes. The previous poor decision to put in approximately 20 sports fields in an area with only 1 lane in and 1 lane out should not force a second bad decision to extend 27th Street through the off-leash dog park. Doing so would adversely affect also the Arboretum's land and the safety of its users and those that use the hike bike path at that park with the increased traffic and congestion. If there's too much traffic for that area now, extending the road would only encourage more traffic to speed through that area. And the traffic that would use the extension will also cause an increase of traffic on the dam road, which is often busy now, and would cause increased danger where the bike hike path crosses the dam road, and much of that traffic would then get back onto K10, which would cause more congestion there. The amount of traffic using the sports field has not changed, so why is this road being forced through now? Especially since the intersection at K10 and 27th Street has plans to be improved. Apparently on the old plans, there was a plan to run a road south out of the sports fields. That would be a better option as that gets the sports traffic, which is the problem traffic, away from Mutt Run and away from the Arboretum. And all of it would be off of K10. Please vote no on this poorly thought out plan to extend 27th Street through Mutt Run off-leash dog park. Thank you.
Mayor Ananda, thank you. Is there anyone present to give public comment on this item, Sherri?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, great comments from the three previous to I. Okay.
Can you please state your name?
Oh yes, my name is Eric Hyde. The three comments previous to this comment now, I agree with. My mother lives on West 27th Street. We live very close to the stuff you're talking about. I love that street. I walk my dog around there all the time, and I know it's like technically illegal to walk your dog off leash, but my dog is so well trained. I respect her freedom, and I love her but I definitely agree that a lot of dogs should be on a leash, and especially if you're trying to train your dog. Jeez. But anyway, yeah, I'm opposed to this.
Mayor Ananda, is there anyone else, Sherri?
No, Mayor.
Mayor Ananda, thank you. So we will bring it back up to the commission.
Mayor,
Yes, please go ahead, Commissioner.
Sorry. I guess maybe I have a question, but it's a question I think I already have the answer to, but I do want to give staff a chance to comment. Could that one item be removed and attached next week to the end of our decision? So in addition to the change or to the CIP after we've made a decision? Is that possible? Just on this item, of course.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. The item next week, we'll discuss the project and seek direction from the city commission on proceeding with the project and keeping it in the 2021 budget. So with that action item next week, we would be seeking direction or action from the commission on maintaining that project in our capital improvement plan for next year with the budget. So I hope that addresses your question, Commissioner. I did note in the memo that because I knew that could be a question, that this project continuing is really contingent on the city commission authorizing staff to proceed with the project. And so if you give us the direction not to proceed next week, we would bring back a recommendation to reallocate the capital improvement plan.
This is Mayor Ananda. I think that what I heard Commissioner Shipley asking if we could bifurcate this one single piece of this plan and approve this plan and then approve the rest of that at our next meeting when we talk about the project.
Commissioner Larsen, can I add something to that? Is there a reason that we need to decide this whole issue tonight? I mean, is there a deadline that we're working towards to make sure we maintain that for all these separate items that we're being asked to change as far as the CIP goes, or could this whole item be moved to next week?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. We did want to include this full summary of our recommendation for these federal funds due to the other item on the consent agenda with the Santa Fe Depot. So we're trying to kind of give you an overall summary of our recommendation on how to allocate those funds. But with that being approved with the consent agenda, that project, the Santa Fe Depot parking lot, I would suspect that it would be okay to defer the remaining items or take action on all of the other recommendations in the CIP, with the exception of the project PR 21-2407. So maybe that, I guess if Sherri or someone else has any other thoughts on the action, would
seek your opinion as well. But as far as needing to proceed, we don't need action on any of these other projects that are listed in here tonight, other than the Santa Fe Depot, which again was on consent agenda.
Commissioner Larsen, I would be open to doing it either way.
Commissioner Shipley, I just want to point out there's two items here, 200,000 from 2020, the PR 20-2407, and the 100,000 in 2021, PR 21-2407. So I just want to clarify with the city engineer that both of those would be okay, those alone, to wait till next week, and perhaps we could approve everything else here that you need and leave those for next week.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. That is acceptable to me, to delay the $200,000 in 2020 and the 200 or the 100 in 2021 for those two project numbers. It's one project, but because it's split over 2 years, there is two different project numbers. So if there's no questions on the other projects that we're recommending, that is certainly acceptable to me, and we'll have that discussion next week.
Mayor, this is Commissioner Shipley. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Vice Mayor. That would make me comfortable. I would rather have that conversation all at once.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei, that certainly doesn't bother me. I do think, well, two things. One, and I understand why for the public, it's confusing about the CIP versus the budget. I mean, in the way this is lined out. And it is true, and I'm sure the speakers here tonight who are against the street might not appreciate it, but it is in the CIP as it exists today. So by not taking action on this, until we take action next week one way or the other, it is in the CIP and it remains in the CIP. But obviously we can change that any time. As this particular item shows, we can change the CIP as we go, and we often do change it as we go. So I can certainly understand the concern by the neighbors on this, and I certainly don't have a problem with keeping that out. I would say, as a side note, I was very excited to see we got $900,000 additional federal money. We're able to put money back into the parking garage repair funds, and to add $359,000 to our street maintenance program in 2021 is a big deal. So I want to thank staff for that. I mean, we often get complaints about the condition of our streets, so having more money in the street maintenance fund is appreciated. So I'd certainly like to go ahead and approve the rest of it, even if we leave that part out, 27th Street out.
This Commissioner Bowley, I'd like to second the comments of the Vice Mayor. I think it's important that we take as much action as we can tonight. Given that we're reluctant to approve part of it, I think we need to do everything else.
Yes, Mayor Ananda, I agree. Do we want to make a motion? Commissioner Shipley, you had the numbers.
Yeah, hold on, I gotta do two things here. Okay, it's only my second motion, everyone. Let's get excited. Okay, I would like to motion to approve revisions to the 2020-2024 CIP to increase the project expenditure budget for 2020 based on actuals received from the annual KDOT federal funds exchange, and to allocate those funds for a total of, the totals probably gotta change. Maybe we'll get clarification from Sherri. per the allocation listed in the staff report, with the exception of PR-20-2407 and PR-21-2407.
This is Commissioner Bully, second.
This is Mayor Ananda. Prior to taking a vote, Sherri, do you need that number? And should that number change, or the amount of funding would be the same?
Sherri Reidemann, City Clerk. Dave, it would be 300,000 less than that, correct?
That is correct. So the total change would be $1,348,000.
This is Mayor Ananda. Do we need to add that and restate the motion? Or can we just note that's
Mayor.
I don't know who said that.
Jeremy Willen, Finance Director. Could I interject real quick?
Please.
I think it may be cleaner if the motion were to amend the staff report to take the 300,000 currently identified for the 27th Street project and move it to unidentified. That way the dollars all stay the same. We're allocating it all, but that 300,000 just becomes an unallocated portion.
This is Mayor Ananda. That's kind of what I thought. Like the numbers wouldn't necessarily change, just the allocation. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes. So we need to add to that motion then to, do we need to add to that motion, Sherri? Did we start over?
I think that might be best at this point.
Okay. So do you want to rescind your motion?
I'll rescind the second.
Sure. Whatever Sherri thinks is best. Yes. Okay. So that's not coming to a vote. And then when we make the motion, we need to say the total, but modifying the memo.
Jeremy Willen, Finance Director. Yes, I believe the cleanest way would be to keep the motion identical to what it is. And then that very last part where it says, per the allocation listed in the staff report, I would recommend that you amend that to say, per the amended allocation, by removing 300,000 identified for the east or for the 27th Street extension to a project to be named later.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you, Jeremy. That's very helpful. You got this, Courtney.
Okay. I motion to approve revisions to the 2020-2024 CIP to increase the project expenditure budget for 2020 based on actuals received from the annual KDOT federal funds exchange, and to allocate those funds for a total of $1,648,000 per the allocation, per the amended allocation of the 300,000 to be determined later.
Commissioner Bully will second that.
This is Mayor Ananda. We have a motion from Commissioner Shipley, a second from Commissioner Bully. Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei?
Aye.
Commissioner Larsen?
Aye.
Mayor Ananda, aye. That passes unanimously. Okay, we are ready to move on to general public comment. The public is allowed to speak to any items or issues except those scheduled on the consent agenda or the regular agenda portions of the agenda after first being recognized by the mayor. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer these items to staff for follow-up if necessary. Individuals should address all comments and questions to the commission. Individuals wishing to provide live public comment must register as outlined at the top of the agenda. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. We have 3 individuals signed up to give general public comment. The first is Adrienne Donovan. Please go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Adrienne Donovan. And at last week's City Commission meeting, I made a comment about my concerns regarding the 27th Road Expansion Project. And how by increasing traffic through the 27th Street and K10 intersection, the road the city is proposing to build will make this intersection more congested and more dangerous. Today, I am here to express my concerns about the process behind this project. Why did the vast majority of the community only find out about this project through an article published in the Journal World this past July? Why wasn't the community engaged before the city applied for the KDOT cost share grant to fund the road project? In the grant application, there are 2 letters of support, one from Kansas Trails and the other from Fitness for Life. So these stakeholders were identified and made privy to the city's intentions. Why weren't the users of the dog park the ones most affected by the road? Why did the city put out a Lawrence Listen survey in November to solicit community feedback about improving the city's dog parks, but make no mention of this project, which is the issue of primary concern to users of the dog park? And even though it had been communicated to city that members of the community wanted to discuss alternatives to the road, why did then Parks and Rec hold a public gathering to discuss everything but the road? Why did they make this meeting in person during the COVID pandemic? Several members of the community, many of them seniors, told me they wouldn't attend because they were concerned about a mass gathering of people. And they were right. I counted over 80 people there. Why wasn't this meeting held virtually so more people could attend? And then at this meeting, why were city representatives so resistant to discussing the road? They kept saying at the end they'd talk about it. Why did they make it seem like a quid pro quo was happening, where if the community accepted the road, we might get a bathroom or a water park out of it, as if those things were tied to this project? And why is the steering committee to discuss alternatives to the road only being formed after the city commission approves funding for the road? And lastly, why was item B7E added to the consent agenda for today's meeting? Last week, we were explicitly told that the project will be brought to a vote on October 20th. So why is funding being discussed this week? Why weren't members of the Mutt Run Advocacy Group notified that this budget item would be on the agenda today? It almost appears like city staff were just hoping we wouldn't notice. So I'm new to all this. I'm not as involved with city planning as I probably should be. I'm just a member of the community that really likes to walk their dog away from traffic. So this is just an outsider's perspective, but I have to say I'm shocked by how the city has moved forward with this project. The process for it has not just lacked transparency, it's been openly subversive and maybe even a little hostile. If city staff are so confident in the broad community support for this project, why are they pursuing it in a way that seems so underhanded? And since community engagement is such an important part of the city's strategic plan, I hope the city commissioners will be as concerned as I am about how this process will move forward. The Mutt Run is one of the most used green spaces in Lawrence, and as of today, 1,300 community members have now signed a petition asking you not to move forward with this project. I hope next week when you vote that you will listen to them. Thank you.
Mayor Ananda, thank you, Adrian. Next for general public comment this evening is Stephen Watts. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Stephen Watts, Lawrence, Kansas. Firstly, I'd like to float the idea of the town obtaining some mechanism for COVID-19 testing. It's not going to come from the federal government, and it's not going to come from the state government. The reason I'm asking for it is I think that we can set up some type of a situation where people can get tested to go visit their families over the holidays and for the people coming in. It's an idea. However, with spit testing and these $5 tests that are available on the corporate area for widespread testing, it's possible. It's an idea, something worth looking into, I think. The next thing is this memorandum of understanding that's going to be generated relative to the ordinance that you passed for, town nuisances and stuff. The memorandum of understanding with the police department and the KU police department is a good idea, and it's a long time coming. It needs to include parking around the perimeter of the university. Don't just make it for this ordinance. Make it so that we can use the police and take pressure off of our own police. Yeah, that's what they're up there to do. Okay, now we're going to move into the next section, which is your own letter from June 9. I also request consensus to move forward on these items. I would invite other commissioners to make suggestions that are not mentioned. So, but nobody has, and nobody objected to it. It's just sitting. It's going nowhere. I know of no commissioner that's expressed a problem with the 8 Can't Wait campaign. I sense that it's there, but once again, the police are stalling. They're using the town commission executive team. And by the way, this executive team is doing their job. They're doing the bidding of the town commission, or are they? I don't know. A couple of weeks ago, Mr. Bowley said he was trusting the expertise of the town lawyer. These town lawyers are the lawyers that kept our town's apartheid running from the 20s until almost the 70s. Yeah, something to think about. So here we are. Ms. Ananda, we don't have the privilege of taking time or catching our breath on taking immediate action because we asked for power and we received it when we were elected. So now it's our responsibility to be a model for our residents. Yes, I agree. I know that it's not easy, but it has to happen. We want a police department in this town that has a culture of helping people. This is a small town. Fallujah, we're not. These police people have bought into a model of training. Sorry?
Mayor Ananda, your time is up, Stephen. Thank you. The third person that we have to give public comment this evening is Chris Flowers. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I just want to say my support for Mutt Run. And also, I hope that next week in the agenda report for the Mutt Run that the city includes the CIP ratings and not just the overall total score, but like how it scores in each categories. And also in general that the city includes all the info that would be that they have, I guess, and not just include the information that benefits them and their road. And also I was gonna say that just with what's been going on lately, I think you guys kind of missed we should have been sending Trump a lock to the city. I mean, look what he's done now. He got COVID. He did that whole COVID spreader party, and he's not wearing the mask, and he's encouraging like to not be wearing masks. And now we've also got these long lines of people waiting to vote where it looks like the Republicans are participating in voter suppression. And I would like to see the city make some kind of statement about this, because I think it's unacceptable that people are waiting like hours upon hours just to vote. I think they're doing it on purpose, like not having enough places to vote in the places where there's a lot of people, because that's more likely to vote Democrats. So and also I just want to say we're lucky that we live in Douglas County, because our local people seem to do a great job at running elections. So just want to say, I hope to see the CIP ratings in the agenda report for next week. Thank you.
Mayor Ananda, thank you. Sherri, is there anyone present to give public comment at this time?
Yes, Mayor.
All right. Eric Hyde, gubernatorial candidate for Kansas. I announced my candidacy yesterday.
On the steps of the Topeka State Capitol, you can watch the video. Eric Hyde YouTube, Eric Hyde Facebook, Eric Hyde for Kansas Governor on Facebook. Anyway, I just had some final comments after listening to everything. You want to fix 27th Street? Put up a no-through traffic sign. COVID-19, I wrote down ha ha ha, but actually what I want to say about COVID-19, I also said in my gubernatorial video for Kansas, COVID-19 is only real if you think it's real. I don't think it's real. You can believe whatever you want. That's fine. You're allowed to do that. You're free to do so. But when you enforce and dampen people's ability to be free with their own business, you should go to jail. All right. Let's see here. Oh, I only see 4 people in this room, and to that I'm greatly thankful for each and every one of them. Why are all of you on the video cowering away from your throne?
This is Mayor Ananda. Sherri, is there anyone else there to give public comment?
No, Mayor.
Mayor Ananda, thank you. The next item on our agenda is commission items. Are there any future agenda items to add? Are there any future work session items to add? Any other items?
Commissioner, go ahead.
This is Commissioner Boley. We approved the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting for August 26th tonight. I didn't want to pull them off to talk about it, but I'd like to express some concern. The Planning Commission declined to follow the guidance of the city engineer and when it granted a variance for road building out in a proposed project. I'm concerned that we need to find out if they're not going to follow the city engineer's guidance, how we'll be able to prevent existing taxpayers from paying for roads in developing areas. And I'm concerned about that. I think we need to perhaps have a conversation with staff and then maybe the Planning Commission.
Commissioner Shipley, I discussed this with Commissioner Boley. I don't disagree. I just am wondering how that would play out. Will we have a retreat with them again early in the year, and that could be something we bring up, or how for staff was the best way to bring that up?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. The orientation that we have every year with the Planning Commission, we're trying to still work that detail out under these circumstances, but we would envision that the annual gathering would occur possibly the beginning of the year if we can get the parameters and the details all worked out at this point in time. But that would be something we're still looking to schedule at this moment.
Commissioner Shipley, does that seem like an appropriate time for us to bring that up with them to you?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. I think that would be a great time to bring that up to discuss with them. That's kind of the intent of those moments with the Planning Commission, is to bring those items forward. So I think that would be a perfect moment for that discussion.
This is Commissioner Boley. I guess I'd like to learn more from staff on this before we go into that meeting. This is Commissioner Boley again. Commissioner Shipley, do you have something else on this issue, or is it something else? Okay. I guess I'd like to follow up on the operating indicators by function that we took a look at last week with regard to reduction in officer-issued traffic violations. There's also been a significant decrease in the number of fire calls answered. It's about a 90% drop according to the statistics. I'm not sure I understand that, and I haven't really figured out what we're talking about there. So I'm concerned about that. I think we need to be able to understand those numbers.
Commissioner Shipley, Mayor had a couple things. One, if you don't mind me to predicate my statement with a question to staff, which I think might be good for Porter in this instance. Who is in charge of editing or verifying the information on our Wikipedia account for Lawrence, Kansas?
Commissioner Shipley, I don't honestly know, but I can look into it.
Commissioner Shipley, I appreciate that. I'll tell you why I brought it up. Just a reminder, you know, it was Indigenous Peoples Day yesterday. Lawrence has proudly declared Indigenous Peoples Day for several years. And I was actually thinking about this for a completely different project that I was doing research, and I found that in looking at the Lawrence Wikipedia page, that although it is kind to mention all of the universities here in town, it doesn't actually make a clear explanation of where our lands came from that we live on. There's some oblique reference to the Shawnee, but I don't think the Delaware are mentioned at all. So I just would like, and I also want to tell you, if you've ever looked up our page, it's incredibly thorough and incredibly long. And so I only bring this up because to have that much information and simply not mention the clear history of how we came to be, how we came to colonize this land, I felt like was kind of an ugly oversight. So I'd really like whoever you find out, surely as the city we have some say in what's on our Wikipedia page. I would like that to be rectified in some way.
This is Porter Arneal, Director of Communications and Creative Resources, and I will look into that. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Thanks, Porter. The other thing I want to bring up, and Mayor, since you were gone last week, you maybe didn't hear that there had been a Lawrence Listens on the dog park. So there's been a Lawrence Listens on cats, and there's been a Lawrence Listens poll on dogs. But there has never been any attempt to get information about what the public wants done with sidewalks. And I just want to bring this up again. It's quite simple. It doesn't take a lot of energy or money to try to elicit responses from the public about what they think about sidewalks and how they should be funded.
Anything else? Okay then. We are ready to move on then to the calendar. Any items to add to the calendar?
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldei. I do think on Thursday there's a ribbon cutting for the new Haltland Community Center there on 6th Street. And I know I will be there. I believe Commissioner Larsen might be there as well. In case anyone else was planning to show up, I just wanted to mention that.
Commissioner Larsen, I do plan to be there, but we also have the Monarch Village grand opening or ribbon cutting or something out at the community shelter that I plan to be at also.
What time is that, Brad, or Vice Mayor?
Vice Mayor Finkeldei, I believe both of them are at 5 o'clock. Actually, they both start at the same time. Although I think the ribbon cutting at Haltland is going to try to start right at 5, and I think the one at Monarch Village is going to be a little bit more come and go. So, like Commissioner Larsen, I think I'm going to go to the Haltland one first, and then head over to the Monarch Village one at the community shelter.
Yeah.
Like maybe we should add both of those to the calendar list.
Sherri Reidemann, City Clerk. I'll make a note of that. We'll get them added to the calendar.
Thank you. Anything else for the calendar? Okay. So now it is time to recess the regular meeting for the purpose of holding the work session. At the end of the work session, the City Commission will resume the regular meeting. It has been so long since we've done this that I don't know if we need a motion.
Mayor, this is Sherri Reidemann, City Clerk. Typically, we adjourn for the work session. But since we are holding an executive,
Session, which we wanted to have at the end of the meeting, we're going to recess the regular meeting so that we can come back to the regular meeting for that executive session. So we will need to have a motion for that.
This is Mayor Ananda. So we don't need a motion right now because we are recessing.
Typically, we don't take a recess, but we state a specific time we're coming back, but we don't know what time. Sorry, Sherri Reidemann, City Clerk. So if we could have a motion, that would be good.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Boley. I move that we recess for the purposes of having the work session and reconvene to do the executive session.
Commissioner Larsen, second.
So Mayor Ananda, we have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second from Commissioner Larsen. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larsen?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley? Aye. Mayor Ananda, aye. That passes unanimously. We are now recessed and we will begin the work session. The work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. As a general practice, the Commission will not make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer the items to staff for follow-up if necessary. Work session items are eligible for live public comment. Individuals wishing to provide live public comment, must register as outlined at the top of the agenda. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. The first item on our study session is a presentation by Dr. Russell Fox, Professor of Political Science at Friends University, on governing authority.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
You guys have already had close to an hour and a half of work, and you've got additional work waiting for you after this session. I am impressed by your willingness to bring something in many ways entirely abstract and not directly connected to the work that you have to do into a work meeting. I don't know if I would choose to do something like that, but I'm happy to respond to the invitation. So I was asked to prepare a little something on the basis of a column of mine that appeared in some newspapers across Kansas. This was a column all the way back, I think in May or June. Do you remember exactly when it appeared?
This is Commissioner Boley. It was May 16th. I'm so delighted that you've chosen to join us this evening. Welcome to our meeting, and I appreciate that you're here. I also appreciate the Lawrence Journal World for running the column, which I found pertinent to what we do. So welcome and thank you.
Well, I mean, I appreciate you saying that very much, Stuart. So the column had to do with the idea that as the COVID pandemic spread, a lot of people were surprised to realize that significant governing authority was in the hands of county governments rather than city governments. Given the fact that Kansas, like every other state in the country, whatever their popular reputation may be, is actually a very urban state with over 70% of the population living in urban areas. The idea that urban governments, that city governments are generally speaking not in a position to make decisions in regards to following up on state edicts in regards to public health, but rather the cities are dependent upon county offices to make those kinds of decisions, actually took a lot of people back. And my column was occasioned by that surprise, and it detailed some information about why it is that counties have this kind of authority as opposed to cities, and what that means long term for not just dealing with the pandemic, but also with dealing with a large number of different issues that really weigh heavily on the lives of people who, again, mostly live in urban areas, mostly live in cities. I prepared a short PowerPoint, which was sent in before. Hopefully someone has access to that. If not, I suppose I could try to share it on my screen, but I don't think I can because I'm not in control of this Zoom broadcast. So does anyone have it?
Professor Fox, if you have it available on your screen, you can share it.
Would be the most efficient way. I can go back into the agenda, but I wasn't prepared to do that. So let me know what your preference is.
Sorry, it's on a flash drive.
That makes sense.
Well, I mean, I was asked to send it in, so I was assuming somebody was going to set it up, but I mean, I'm a college professor, which means by definition, I'm terrible at technology and I'm serving my students very poorly. This is, you know, part of the reality under the pandemic, I fear. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this thing up. Hold on just a moment. I will try to chat meaninglessly while my slow computer, oh wow, it actually pulled up there. Hold on a moment. Okay, let's go and find this. Presentations right there. And now I will go to share screen and hold on. It still seems to be struggling to find it. I would have had this pulled up before. My apologies. I didn't know how we were going to be handling this. Okay, now I go back to share screen and let's see. Can everybody see that now?
We can see that you are sharing. There it is. Yep.
City types?
Yep.
Okay. Hold on, slideshow. It's gonna work. There we go. All right. So let me begin with saying a couple of basic things about different types of cities. And there's obviously a million different ways in which someone can parse urban areas and talk about their levels of diversity, talk about you know, their dominant sources of revenue. You all, having responsibility for the city of Lawrence, surely could run through all sorts of different distinctions and all sorts of different categories far better than I could. I am going to talk very briefly here about a particular way of typing cities. And the reason why I do this is because I think it is relevant to understanding how those cities interact with the county governments that often have authority over them. So if you take a look at the US Census, the US Census will give us a couple of different urban types, metropolitan and micropolitan. A metropolitan statistical area, urbanized space with a total population of at least 50,000 people. Micropolitan, a statistical area with clusters of population of at least 10,000, but not more than 50,000. All right, that gives us a handle on the types of cities out there. Unfortunately, I feel that this particular typology that is used by the US Census and used by a lot of other organizations for different purposes leaves out the idea of cities in the middle. We can go on and we could talk about rural areas, we could talk about suburban or exurban areas, but all of those areas are lumped one way or another into a couple of broad types. When we talk about cities, generally speaking, we will invoke kind of metropolitan concepts, thinking about the big, busy, diverse city, diversity of people, diversity of lifestyles, diversity of occupations, and so forth. Or we'll talk about the small town. You know, we'll talk about the small city or the rural town. You know, it's characterized by remoteness from larger urban centers. We're talking about low population density. We're talking about a degree of homogeneity in habits, professions, and so forth, okay? So you have these different types. A while ago, I asked myself, what is actually in the middle there, in between what we could call micropolitan and metropolitan? And I began to play around with the idea of mid-sized cities. Now, a lot of people will talk about mid-sized cities, depending upon what your frame of reference is. Lawrence is a mid-sized city, or even Wichita, where I live, might be considered a mid-sized city. What you can do is create kind of a range, going down to, kind of the bottom of the metropolitan scale, all the way up to the largest urban agglomerations in the United States, where nobody denies the appropriateness of the metropolitan label. And then you break down things in between. If you break them down, what you find is that there are a lot of cities in the middle that you see a growth pattern in American cities, you see a leveling off, and then, finally towards the end, you see a different kind of agglomerated growth where certain cities simply explode in size and begin to incorporate other urban areas and become the huge agglomerations that we all know. They become, Southern California. They become, Chicagoland. They become the Alexa corridor from Boston all the way down to Washington, D.C. on the East Coast. But we're not talking about those. We're talking about the smaller and mid-sized cities. And particularly, we're looking at that range in the middle, where we see a fair amount of stability over time. A lot of cities will get up to the 100,000, 250,000, 300,000 population level, and they'll just kind of hang there. A lot of these cities become rather slow growth because levels of immigration aren't that high, because you see a lot of the youth not staying in those cities. They leave to larger urban areas looking for job opportunities or for other creative reasons. And so you see a little bit of stability in the middle. Now, I think that that's important. I think it's important to think about smaller and mid-sized cities when it comes to the question of governing authority, because if you have a city of that size, and as I said, arguably both Lawrence and Wichita can fit into that category, then you're going to find some opportunity for rivalry with the county government that controls the county within which that city finds its place. All right, so let's take a look at what's happening with the urban areas of America. Urban areas over the last 20 or 30 years have really reversed the trends that characterized a lot of the thinking about cities that became dominant in the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s. You see younger people moving to the larger cities, as I mentioned. You see cities' wealth being increasingly tied up, not with manufacturing, but rather with service industries, with education and healthcare, finance, insurance, real estate. Because the employees in these jobs are often young people, they're often transient. The characteristic of cities has become one of a lot of turnover, a lot of churn. Younger families moving in as their children grow up, they depart for the suburbs. That's a classic pattern, but you see it becoming more entrenched now. And a characterization of this has been the shift of cities politically to more and more blue areas, becoming more and more democratic. Again, this is something that shouldn't surprise anyone. If you take a look at electoral results over the last 30 years, the Democratic voters of America have become more and more concentrated in urban areas. The Republican voters of America have become more and more concentrated in small cities or rural areas or suburban and exurban territories on the outskirts of those cities, okay? The churn is strongest, obviously, in the largest cities. If you're one of those cities that have kind of plateaued, if you are what I call a metropolitan area, then you're going through the same transformations. You're going through the same political shifts. There's plenty of electoral data to support this. It's just that those shifts are taking place at a much slower rate. And consequently, that creates kind of this dynamic where the churn towards blue, as I put it, is not matching the anticipations that are developed by the larger cities, the more dominant cities within America. All right, so what does this all have to do with counties? Well, if you have a large metropolitan area that is really growing, that is really churning, then the economic power of that area and the simple size of that area in terms of votes is going to really effectively run the show in terms of city and county governments. We can look at large urban areas across the United States. We can take a look at how those city governments either overwhelm county governments, they merge with those county governments, or in a lot of ways, they develop very, very clear, distinctive areas of authority. And the city government, simply because it controls such a large population and because it controls such large sources of revenue, are able to prioritize the areas within their governing jurisdiction over those that you see in counties. In areas where you don't have such a large urban churn taking place, in areas where you're talking about metropolitan cities or you're talking about smaller micropolitan cities, well, then the priority tends to be on the county side. Counties have control over state resources when it comes to health, when it comes to dealing with all sorts of public service matters. And the counties will be able to define the terms under which a lot of cities will be obliged to operate because they can't legitimately compete with the sources of revenue that counties have coming from state governments. All right. So this turns our attention to what is going on in these counties. If you're not living in one of these large urban areas that is really kind of in the driving seat, but instead you're in an urban area that is maybe smaller or it's a low growth area, and your Democratic leaning or increasingly Democratic leaning populations are not able to define the political agenda, you're of course are going to be curious about, well, what's the political agenda of your surrounding county? And here we run up against a real problem in political science. Specifically, very few people have done serious studies about county governments. You can take a look at the political science literature and people will say, counties, they're black holes, they're dark continents, they're plague spots. We don't know anything about them. We don't have any good reputable science about how county commissions operate and who gets elected to county commissions and how do they shape their priorities. That doesn't mean we don't know anything. We obviously know a few things, but a lot of this is dependent upon, if not guesswork, then at least not particularly systematic studies. And I'm not claiming to have all of a sudden done something unique here and engaged in a systematic study of counties. I'm just taking a look at what I know about the 105 counties within the state of Kansas, what I can say about some of the counties that we have been able to develop some real political science information on. And that allows us to sketch out some trends, but these trends are to a great extent untested hypotheses, okay? What we do know, and what I think can be fairly said, is that since any kind of government institution, any kind of government form is going to develop its own norms, it's going to develop its own practices, and consequently it's going to develop its own institutional biases, we can see in county governments a bias tendency. That bias tendency tends to be one that is anti-urban, since it has within its boundaries a city that is trending blue, or maybe is already entirely blue, but it is not a city that is able to effectively really drive the political discussion within the county. They're not able to command all of the resources because they simply don't have the size in order to outweigh what counties are able to have access to. That creates a degree of comparison, a degree of tension and competition. That competition often moves in the direction of privileging suburban interests, exurban interests, rural interests, and pushing against urban interests. There's a lot of ways in which you can bring some very, very specific racial and gender and ethnicity arguments into this. Cities, of course, are likely to have larger racial diversity. They're likely to have larger LGBTQ diversity than you will see in suburban and exurban and rural areas. And so a lot of those kinds of racial or sexual tensions can play out in this competition, in this kind of divided bias between the two different governments in play here. Let's talk a little bit about counties in general, okay? A county is literally a territory that's ruled by a count. I mean, this is going back many, many, many centuries to, you know, the end of the first millennium and the beginning of, or you know, the 8th and 9th century of England, and then the 10th and 11th century in England following the Norman conquest, okay? They are territories defined by an overall ruler, a king, to administer on behalf of the king. And the territory is given to a count or an earl, which is itself a term that's derived from kind of the Germanic and Scandinavian background of the Anglo-Saxon invaders of England after the Romans left. The original term was jarl, and that became earl. But still, the basic idea is that you have an administrative unit that was set up to be ruled on behalf of a distant overall government, a king, all right? Now, this is very different from the development of cities. Cities originally were trading spots. They were groups of people that would come together to create markets. There was an organic development in the history of cities that usually led to people feeling that they had to take care of their own resources. They had to protect their own markets, their own meeting places, their own territories. They would build walls in order to defend themselves from bandits and other, you know, roving bands in the countryside. Counties are different because counties' authority cover larger areas that have been administratively defined by distant rulers. Jacob Levy is a friend of mine. He's a scholar that teaches at McGill University in Montreal, Canada. This is the way he defined it. They were often primarily rural, even if they contained one or more cities within their boundaries. More fundamentally, they were not consensual, deliberate creations, certainly not founded by equals committing to one another by oaths. They were in a large part the leftover geography of the processes of state consolidation. Now, he's describing about something that is centuries in the past, but I would argue that the ideological reality that comes to bear within any kind of institutionalized governing form is never entirely free from these long, even ancient tendencies that have been carried off over the many, many years. So we see today cities primarily being places where people gather to buy and to sell and to make and to trade. They reflect an organic development. They reflect a level of diversity. They reflect a level of self-interest and self-identity that is particularly urban. Counties, on the other hand, reflect an interest that is more connected to a different distant state. They are connected to the people that are able to live outside of the city in rural areas. They are connected to people that have an interest that is very, very distinct from that you see within cities, and very, very connected to more abstract articulations of political ideas, because you're not talking about the interests of a specific organic community. You're talking about the interests of a state and the particular territory that you have been given provisions in order to effectively supply on behalf of the state government. So that leads me, and I think this is my last slide. Yeah, it is. To talk about what I call the county type. Okay, so here I'm getting really, really hypothetical. But again, I think that this hypothesis is based upon, observations that we can see around us. Certainly here in Wichita, I can see this in Sedgwick County. It's possible that you in Lawrence can see the same thing in Douglas County. All right. So the county type, the way of describing the ideology of those who pursue county office, who get elected to county commission, who serve in those positions. Let's say that there's going to be much more interest in serving the sponsoring state. Let's say that there's going to be much more interest in the needs of rural inhabitants, homeowners, as opposed to renters, the permanent resident, the land-owning resident. You can see this possibly reflective in the fact that a lot of the time county governments are going to assume a level of permanence and assume that the work that they do is a full-time job that needs to be fairly well remunerated. You can look across the country, and one thing that we do have data on is that most county commissions tend to be full-time jobs, whereas most city governments aren't. You have leadership that gets cultivated from the social demographics that are associated with suburban life or rural life, meaning that almost always county types are going to be somewhat less diverse racially and sexually speaking than you might see within cities. You're going to see populations that are much more static and homogenous, kind of defining who is likely to be elected and what kind of choices are likely to be made by county governments. There often is a disposition towards thinking in terms of isolation and independence, because you've got the government that's far away that you're serving, maintaining this jurisdiction on their behalf. It's really important for you to, defend the independence of this particular unit, as opposed to cities which tend to think very much in terms of interconnectivity, because that's the heart blood of a city, making connections, in other words. Politically, this can play out in terms of county governments often being somewhat more sympathetic to libertarian ideas, whereas usually that's much less popular within cities. Finally, you see conflict over the delivery of state services. There's a lot of services that states provide in terms of public health and other things that are of particular need within urban areas where you have higher levels of poverty, where you are dealing with, larger numbers of immigrant populations. And frequently counties are slow to respond to those needs because, frankly, they don't see it as pressing. It doesn't fit within the institutional biases they have inherited. It doesn't fit within their type. So that's the PowerPoint that I put together. As I said, a lot of it is very hypothetical. A lot of it is connected to research that I'm doing on mid-sized cities. But really broadly, I think that it might be of value to people who have the responsibility to make decisions for cities to think about the fact that if they're not a New York City and they're not a Chicago and they're not a Los Angeles and they're not a Dallas Fort Worth, then probably they have occasional tension with the county governments that surround them. And sometimes that tension can become downright ideological. It doesn't necessarily always have to be so. I'm not saying that my type, predicts the way city-county relations will always go. But I think it's useful to think broadly about some of the historical and even philosophical roots behind these differences and why some of these differences don't seem important for large and really rapidly growing urban areas, but they might seem particularly pressing for mid-sized cities or smaller cities where the fights could become particularly intense. Okay, that's the extent of my presentation. I would be more than happy to, follow up any questions or thoughts any of you have, or I could just sit back and let you all discuss it yourselves, or, whatever you prefer.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you, Dr. Fox, for taking the time to walk us through that. I really appreciate you presenting that information to us. I'll ask the commissioners, do you have any questions for Dr. Fox?
This is Commissioner Bowler. I'd just like to express again my gratitude for the presentation. This is, and I suggest that people go back and read the article from May 16th in the Journal World. Knowing more about how these interrelated governments can work and what some of the frustrations are is really helpful for me. So thank you so much.
Stuart, may I ask you a follow-up question?
Certainly.
In your view, what is the relationship between the Lawrence City Commission and the Douglas County government? Well, like on a scale of 1 to 10, 1, you hate each other and you never talk about anything. 10, you're completely simpatico. There's no serious problems.
I'd say we're somewhere in the middle. The good news is
that's the easy.
The good news, Russell, is that with the pandemic, this has forced us to work together in ways that we had not before.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been a very positive experience for the governing entities. And the Unified Command here in Douglas County has had some significant successes early on. But it's been a stress test for the institutions that we have. I would point out that we have, I think it's 47 different agreements with the county that we need to address. Many of them are decades old and out of date. And so this process of addressing the agreements is I hope going to benefit from what we've learned through the Unified Command. So I'd say it's maybe 3 or 4. For some of my fellow commissioners, it may be an 8. But these agreements between the governing bodies have been a significant stumbling block in furthering the relationship.
From my perspective, and I am not on the Wichita City Council or the Sedgwick County Commission, I would say that a 4 might be high for us down here. And a lot of this, as you pointed out, Stuart, is very explicitly COVID related. It created a lot of tension. We had a situation where our county government was not supporting the mask mandates handed down by Governor Kelly. Our city government proceeded in a vote that actually surprised me. It was 4-3. I didn't think the mayor was going to have the votes, but they affirmed the mask mandate and they said, we're going to enforce it citywide. The county has since come around, and some of that might be politics. Some of that might be, genuine productive discussion between city leaders and county leaders. But I mean, there was a period of time, probably around the time when I wrote the column, where things were really snippy between the Wichita City government and the Sedgwick County Commission.
Russell, this is Commissioner Boley again. I'd like to point out that we have new administrators as our city manager and as a county administrator. And we're very hopeful that, you know, this process that they've gone through with Unified Command will benefit both governments very much.
This is Mayor Ananda. That was something Commissioner Bully that I was going to point out, is that, you know, there is significant turnover and opportunity for significant change if there's strong leadership, both in this county and the city, who are willing to move things forward in a way that perhaps hasn't historically occurred. I think that we'll be seeing a very different county commission in November, and that is a majority turnover most likely. And so there is going to be a change, and it's up to both the county and the city governments as well to embrace that change. And I think a big piece of that, and a piece that isn't necessarily included in defining these characteristics that exist, is the leadership capabilities of the folks involved. And I think that sometimes we can type ourselves out of agreement in a lot of ways by carrying assumptions that we have about the folks who are in those positions, and bringing in our whole community in a way that perhaps is unprecedented. And I'm certain that there are city-county relationships that are successful and that could serve as models for those of us who are still struggling with that.
I wouldn't want to dispute that at all. I mean, again, you know, this is, you know, the development of types is always going to be, you know, something that is more extreme than is the actual case, because you're trying to create, you know, a kind of an ideal type that you could then work from. And I appreciate, you know, the points that you make. It is interesting that you're looking at turnover within the Douglas County government. If I'm not, you know, pushing my case too subtly here, could I ask if the candidates that may be likely to achieve that change in the county government are Lawrence-based candidates?
Yes. Yeah.
They are.
So, you know, that's something.
This is Commissioner Bulligan. I would say that this article came out in May, and we know a lot more today about things than we did back in May. I was taken with your article, and at the end of it, as I recall, you said that learning more about how our governments are interrelated should be at the top of every elected official's list. And I think it was at mine, and I so appreciate your responsiveness to my call back in May.
I'm glad it sparked some ideas and some thinking. That's very kind to hear. Thank you. So the Sedgwick County Commission was very stable in terms of its leadership for many years. 2 years ago, you had a longtime member of the county commission who lost his seat by an urban candidate. Every single one of the districts within our county commission includes a little segment of Wichita, but this was a segment that included kind of the north and northeast part of the city, which is heavily Black and quite poor. And yet this person had long, you know, reflected the interests of Valley Center and Newton and other points north. So it was impressive that somebody who was running a pretty specifically urban-based campaign was able to unseat him. It wasn't surprising in terms of numbers, because the numbers were always there, because there's just a whole lot more people in Wichita than there is in Valley Center. But getting them to vote and getting them to, you know, take a county commissioner race seriously, that was different. We have another such race that's taking place this year. Once again, this is a competition that's rooted in the city of Wichita. So it's possible that I make more of the conflict than I should, just simply because of the particular nature of the ideological divides within the city of Wichita and Sedgwick County. And I don't want to present those ideological divides as descriptive everywhere. I would certainly hope that they're not. But I mean, they do seem to reflect enough of the limited data that we have to at least ponder them to some degree.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldei. I would add, I'm from Wichita, and so I've, followed that. My family's from Wichita. My brother still lives there. And certainly I think one of the unique factors there, as you talked about, is one, there's 5 districts, all of which have part of Wichita. One of the unique things about Lawrence is we have 3 districts, and historically, one district has been mainly, we only have 3 commissioners, which is different. The mini counties, not 5. We only have 3. One of them has historically been a district completely within the city, and then 2 that had a part of the city and part of the county.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so we've always, I think, had a little closer relationship. Now, I do believe come January, it'll be the first time ever, I think, that we'll have 3 residents of Lawrence in all 3 seats.
Wow.
That'll be the first time that has happened.
That could be a really big deal.
But we've had, I know we've had times where we've had 2 residents of Lawrence and 1 not, but I think this will be the first time we've had 3. But it is a little different than Wichita and Sedgwick County, which really divides the city of Wichita up. So I think there are some differences there, but I certainly appreciated the presentation and certainly things to think about.
Well, no, and Brad, I really appreciate you making that distinction out to me. It's important to look at where the district lines are drawn. Absolutely. I should make more of a note of that when I talk about these things. So thank you.
I think too, historically, the role of the county government has largely been a mystery to the voting public as well. And as we've been having conversations about race and certainly district court and sheriffs, which doesn't necessarily fall under the purview of the county, but it's more under the purview of the county than the city. Jail, for example, as those issues become more salient, we'll probably, I would posit, see more interest in those races, and therefore more of those more urban communities that have largely not been part of the county government or not following the county government may be doing so now.
I think that that's a very plausible hypothesis. I mean, 2020 has changed the way a lot of people think about the politics of just the ordinary life around them, the providing medical care, policing. I mean, obviously that's always been important to some of our populations, but there was a lot of people that were isolated from it. And I think that some of that isolation has cracked in 2020. We'll see if it lasts, but I mean, I think you're certainly correct that people are realizing that these forms of government exist in a way that maybe they haven't ever thought about it before.
Commissioners, is there anything else?
This is Commissioner Bully. I guess that, we're talking about how things might go. I think it's important for everybody to get out and vote. Advanced voting starts, tomorrow?
No.
When does advanced voting start?
I mean, the ballots are being mailed out tomorrow. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Anyway, the idea is get out and vote. Then we'll talk about how it's going to go.
Yeah.
Commissioner Shipley, I think the mayor touched on some of this a little bit, but I do kind of want to circle back on some of it. The idea that a county bias is anti-urban is also a bias. And while all of the things we've discussed may be true, if the people living out in the county who do have very different lives, a word I did not hear you say was agrarian. I mean, these people do have very different lives than people in the city. It's not just about politics, it's about the actual way that they live. Then when the county government is taken over by city dwellers and you ultimately have 2 city commissions then those people don't have any kind of feeling of direct representation, maybe in a way that they have in the past, regardless if they're conservative or not, totally meaningless. But that they feel that they have someone they can go to that represents them. So I guess I want to make sure you acknowledge that or don't dismiss that, because, and I'll be specific here, you know, rural homelessness is very different than urban homelessness. And if you don't have someone representing you that understands that, or poverty, rural poverty is very different than poverty in the city, then you aren't necessarily going to have someone who's going to be looking out for that. If all of the people ultimately representing are people who live within the city. And as you say, the state's kind of far flung. So the middle ground is the county. I just wondered if you have any comments about that.
Oh, I mean, I'll just simply agree with everything that you say. Yes, you know, any kind of bias against a bias is also a bias. There is no clean neutral territory here. You know, no matter what they say in you know, Supreme Court confirmation hearings, everybody always carries an opinion about everything. That's human. Okay. It's a difficult nut to crack because I think that it is important to struggle with the urbanizing reality of the United States. I mean, we're very close in the United States overall to having 80% of our population being city dwellers. Kansas is less than that, but Kansas is ticking up too. So it's important to struggle with the reality that more and more people are living in urban areas and experiencing life in an urban way. But at the same time, obviously you can't deprive citizens who happen to be farmers, who happen to live in small farming towns, of representation. And especially you can't deprive them of the state services that as citizens they are owed. And I don't just mean the delivery of those services, I mean people who are thinking about how to deliver those services in small farming communities, how to shape you know, money that is dedicated to dealing with homelessness, or money that is dedicated to dealing with drug addiction, to fit the needs of you know, an agrarian world. It might not ever be possible to find a perfect balance in the midst of these changes. I will admit that my presentation is one that I don't know if I necessarily have a pro-urban bias. I probably do. But what I do have is a frustration with the fact that because county governments are administrative units of the state, they're in a position to make decisions about the delivery of services that may not reflect the preferences of the urban populations that live within their boundaries. And that frustration may just be a permanent one. There, like I said, there may not be some sort of perfect balance that can ever be achieved. In which case, you know, the best response is simply to follow, you know, what Stuart did and simply say, we've got to be very attentive to these things. We've got to be thinking about these differences of government. But you're right. If I was to turn this into a larger presentation, I would definitely want to talk about the fact that you have these small farming towns, you have these agrarian lifestyles that are being lived by fewer and fewer people all the time. And that creates real feelings of desperation. It can contribute to, you know, deep feelings of resentment. And those feelings can be satisfied by effective governance. If we could find a way to, you know, create that effective governance that doesn't necessarily exclude the rising urban populations that we see across our state and across our country. I don't know. Thank you for that reminder, Courtney. I appreciate it very much.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I'd like to respond to Commissioner Shipley with the comment that it would be possible to take what Brad was talking about in Sedgwick County and increase the number of commissioners in Douglas County and draw a district that would essentially provide representation to the folks who live outside the city of Lawrence.
That actually touches on a long time belief of mine, which I have never heard to articulate in any kind of formal way because it's not popular with anybody. I basically think that there should just be more government, and I think that everybody in government should be paid a hell of a lot more. I mean, you want to attract the talent to government? Give people more opportunity to serve in government and make it worth their time to do so. Yeah, but you know, more government and higher salaries for government employees just never seems to be a winning argument with anybody.
This is Mayor Ananda. Do we still need to do public comment?
This is Sherri Reidemann, City Clerk. I'm sorry, Mayor, what were you asking, if anybody signed up for it or?
I didn't see anybody signed up for public comment. I didn't know if there was any public comment.
No, and there isn't anyone in the room here either.
Thank you. So I really enjoy this conversation. I think it's been a wonderful conversation. I want to remind the commissioners that we have 3 other items on our agenda and a 45-minute executive session following this. But if there are any other comments or dialogue that we want to have, I certainly thank Dr. Fox for staying up until 8 o'clock with us tonight. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the contributing thoughts. I'm going to note this stuff down, and when I have an opportunity to talk about this stuff again, I'm definitely going to incorporate some of your comments. So I appreciate it a lot. You all have a good night.
You as well. Thank you. So I'm going to call a 10-minute recess so we can get up and stretch a little bit, and then we'll come back. Thank you. I'm gonna do ahead and do roll call, and hopefully Commissioner Shipley will be back. Kurt, are we back?
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Mayor.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei?
Here.
Commissioner Bully?
Here.
Commissioner Larson?
Here.
Commissioner Shipley?
Here.
Mayor Ananda, we are all here and present. So we are ready for item 2 on our agenda, presentation by Keith Moody, City Administrator of Roland Park, Kansas, on his 2020 Single Family Cost of Living Report. Thank you so much for being here. Please go ahead when you are ready.
Thank you all for inviting me. It's my pleasure, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm going to share my screen, I believe, in order to go through the presentation. Is my single family cost of living comparison up?
You're good to go.
All right, excellent. Well, I'll try to be respectful of your time. Again, Keith Moody, City Administrator in Roland Park, Kansas. The single family cost of living comparison is a project that I began back in 2009 for the first time and have updated periodically. 2016 was the most recent prior to the 2020 update. So why complete the comparison? Oftentimes folks do comparison shopping, or at least it's common, and the citizens will sometimes compare certain components of their cost of living within their community, and this can also oftentimes create misconceptions as they only compare one or two things versus all of the taxes or utilities that make up that total cost. And cost is a fundamental measure of performance efficiency. You can make the argument that, you know, the lower your taxes or the lower the utilities, the more efficiently those services are being delivered. I do like to refresh folks' memory that cost is not the only thing to be considered. These are the top 10 things that residents have said they look for when they're choosing a community. Cost is a component, but it's not the only component. There are some challenges to providing an accurate comparison. The data is not easily accessible. Communities may have a variety of taxing jurisdictions or levies, tends to be in larger communities, and that requires us to develop an average for perhaps a property tax levy or a sales tax levy. It can also be a utility situation as well. Communities may have a variety of utility companies, as I mentioned, and collection of sales tax and franchise fees on utility services varies from one city to another and from one utility to another within the same city. Each city has a different median household income and median home value. So all of these contribute to coming up with an accurate comparison a challenge. Some of the goals we set out as we developed the comparison was we wanted the model to be dynamic and remain accurate when assumptions were changed, and I'll touch on that in a little bit further. Point in time costs used except where an average of the past 12 months enhances accuracy. This tends to occur in the electric and natural gas components because they do have power cost adjustments that occur quarterly, and we create an average for those quarterly adjustments. Data shall be formatted so that the results can be shown graphically, making it easier to understand by the folks who are reading it, and affords us to update it periodically. Participating communities shall have the opportunity to review and make corrections prior to information being made public. A couple of things we learned as we got started, gathering the public information that's accurate is very time consuming. So we start this usually the beginning of the year, January 1st, and it usually is around June before we've been able to gather all the data and generate the presentation and graphics. We also learned that a consistent and conservative approach would yield a solid indicator, and that indicator would serve as a new benchmarking tool for us. The first year that we completed the comparison was 2009, and some of the things we learned there, taxes make up the majority of the family's cost at 72%. Those communities served by regional utilities or authorities tended to enjoy a lower cost for those utilities, and Kansas communities enjoyed the lowest gas and electric rates. The cities with the lowest tax obligation only had 7.2% of that total tax going towards the support of city activities. And the city with the lowest utility cost had 0% of those costs under the control of their city. So it was very clear that cities have minimal influence over their total cost. Their placement on the graph is often influenced by other agencies, whether they be public or private utilities. So the assumptions I referenced includes the cost of a single family home, and I just share this to show that there's a $252,000 home reflected as the property owned, and that is still a consistent number when you look at the average sale prices in the Kansas City region, which were just under $250,000 in 2019. The tool is dynamic. That $252,000 is made up of two components that you can change: the finished living space as well as the value per square foot. So 2,800 square feet is the basis of this home, and it's a $90 per square foot assumed value. The other element that you can change is the personal property value owned that's subject to property tax, and we assume $50,000. The gross single family income, $100,000. And then the final component that's changeable is the house, or is the household size. So if you want to test different scenarios, the tool is designed that you can make changes to these assumptions, and the data that is shown, or the cost total that's shown for each of the cities, will remain accurate based upon those different scenarios. So what changed from 2016 to 2020? State income tax calculations again changed from 2016, from the 2016 comparison. In Kansas, this family saw an increase of $464 in income tax, and in Missouri, the family saw an increase of $811. Total costs increased $690 during that period, which is 4.6% over a 4-year period. On average, 68% of the total costs are taxes and 32% are utilities. This is up. The utility portion is actually up a little bit from 29% when we first started the comparison in 2009. Property tax is almost always the largest part of total costs at 34%, and electric fees are almost always the largest part of total utilities at 14.4%. So how do you look? In total, the red is the utilities component. The black on this graph is the taxes component. As you can see, virtually 2/3 of the cost is in taxes, and 1/3 is in utilities. Lawrence is just below the average in this case. If you look at that proportion, it's comparing the average for the metropolitan area to Lawrence. Lawrence is very similar in the proportion of utilities to taxes. The change in total cost, I added 3 communities in Kansas to try to get closer to a 50-50 split between Missouri communities and Kansas communities. Lawrence was one of those, as was Edgerton and Westwood, so there wasn't any change that I could report, but that gives you an idea of how much change did occur in each of these communities. Looking a little bit more in detail on the utility side. So this shows you graphically what portion of the total utilities fall into the category of electric, which is at the bottom. Gas is in the middle. Sewer is actually the next largest component, followed by water, and then solid waste services. Electric service, I'm gonna skip forward. So the electric cost for a single family in 2020, you can see this is a pretty consistent graph. So there's not a lot of variance from high to low. The increase in cost of electric service was only 3.6% over that 4-year period, so very modest. And Lawrence here is well below the average. Water costs for a single family got a little bit more variance here. Water services went up on average 5.8% between 2016 and 2020. Lawrence again is below the average. These yellow communities are served by the Johnson County Water District number 1. And I point out that communities that are served that are either larger purveyors of water or provided the service by a regional utility tend to enjoy a lower rate. And that is due to the economies of scale that they enjoy. Similar here in the sewer cost, a little bit more variation in the cost of sewer. There was a significant increase in sewer cost in that 4-year period, went up 28%. Here, Lawrence is a little bit above the average. And again, communities in Johnson County are below average, and they are served by the Johnson County Wastewater District. Solid waste services saw the largest increase in a percentage basis, going up 37% between 16 and 20. Lawrence is, again, well below the average for solid waste services. The stormwater utility costs, not every city has a stormwater utility fee. Those communities that do tend to be located on the Kansas side. And this is an area that we gave particular attention to. Roland Park does not have a stormwater utility fee, but many of our neighbors do. Many of our residents like to compare our mill levy to our neighbors' mill levy. And when you look at the amount of a mill levy compared to the stormwater impact fee, you know, it ranges in the equivalent of 1 mil to 11.6 mils for those communities who have a stormwater utility fee. And there is a correlation. As you see an increase in the stormwater fee charged by a community, their mill levy tends to decline. Looking in greater detail at the tax side, the blue is the property tax component, black is sales tax, green is income tax. So property tax is the largest component. Here, Lawrence is above average. If you look at the property taxes for a single family alone, Lawrence is below the average. Now this includes not only taxing, not only the city's tax rates, but the other tax rates that are applicable inside the city of Lawrence. It's interesting to note, property taxes actually decreased between 2016 and 2020 by 2%. And that likely has to do with the fact that assessed values were growing at a very strong rate during that period. If you look at just the city portion of property tax on this $252,000 home, the average is $640. Lawrence here is well above the average. So your mill levy is a contributing factor to where you fall on the property tax cost graph. The sales tax component for Lawrence is also above average. I point out that on average, the sales tax increased 5.3% from 2016. If you just look at the city portion of the sales tax, Lawrence is not really high. Their total is fairly high at 10.05%, but the city portion at 1.55% is not actually that high. The average for municipal portion of a property tax or a sales tax, I'm sorry, is 2%. Now, this graph here probably does a little bit better job of showing that the average at 2.02%, Lawrence at 1.55%. So your city portion of the sales tax is well below average. And then finally, to give kind of impress upon everyone, you know, how much influence does your city have on where you show up on the graph? Go through this exercise to kind of pull out all the taxes and utilities that each city has authority over. So Lawrence has authority over 22% of their taxes and utilities inside of their community. The average is 18%. Now, being high here is not necessarily bad. It reflects the fact that Lawrence is a full service city, so you're responsible for water, sewer, solid waste, and stormwater. So that's going to generally put you further to the right of the average. Johnson County communities, we aren't in the water, sewer business, so those utilities aren't part of our control, and so they tend to be below the average. So in summary, Lawrence's total cost is average, with the tax components being just above average and the utility components being below average. The range in total cost has been consistently narrow since the comparison was initiated in 2009. So the distance, the difference between the least expensive place and the most expensive place is actually pretty confined, and it hasn't fluctuated by very much each time that the comparison has been completed. The comparison also allows to provide residents a complete answer to their cost questions versus just picking out an element that that they may view as being high. This affords a community to share, you know, what's the entire cost. Some closing thoughts. The comparison is not the measure of performance. It is a measure. It should be looked at in concert with other key performance indicators such as citizen satisfaction surveys and other productivity measures as you consider fiscal policy. Each city must determine their own cost strategy, but keep in mind the cheapest is not always the best. And knowing how you compare to your competition is actually more valuable than knowing your total. And factors such as quality schools, sense of security, proximity to work, and family all influence where a person chooses to live, not merely the cost. I do include a couple of graphs just showing historical jobs by county and the population by county, and just to add some insight to, you know, where are folks choosing to live and where are businesses choosing to locate. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mayor Ananda, thank you so much for all of this information. I think it's really interesting. I'm wondering, commissioners, do you have any questions?
Commissioner Shipley, thank you. That's incredible. I'm assuming we all really enjoyed, I looked over it before this evening, but it's still really amazing information. Thank you. One thing I found interesting was your discussion of the stormwater. I don't know if you can go back to that slide, but as it pertains to the mill levy, property taxes. Another thing I had noticed, and I see that Edwardsville is a good example on that chart, or the other one with more cities on it, is some of those places don't actually have curbs and gutters. And that was actually the first thing I noticed. I adore that you found this correlation, because that was the first thing that occurred to me, having some experience with Edwardsville, is they have ditches. So what do you need to charge me stormwater fees for? Do you have any information on that here, or is there any information where that might make some difference in the data here?
I can make some observations just because of my familiarity with some of the cities, but I will admit I don't have, I couldn't, explain the differences between each of these cities. And I'll give you a quick example. So in this case, North Kansas City, Riverside, Kansas City, Missouri, they don't charge a specific solid waste fee. They absorb those costs and pay for them basically out of their general operating fund. In Kansas City's case, that service was, I believe, specifically funded by a portion of the income tax. They are unique that they have a municipal income tax. When you look at the total costs, I can share that Riverside and North Kansas City are unique in that they both have casinos. And that is a very strong revenue source. And to put that into perspective, the amount of revenue that North Kansas City and Riverside generate off of land leases associated with the casinos, as well as the gating revenue, is equal to the general fund operating budget for some of the communities that are less than 10,000. So North Kansas City, or the city of Riverside, doesn't have a local municipal property tax levy. So if you look at that graph, you'll see that they tend to compete very well when you look at just property taxes. So I can share some of those observations, but I will have to say, I don't know each community intimately, but if you look at the data, holistically, I think it helps to, well, for me, it helped to clarify we're all pretty equal, in our cost. There isn't a great deal of variation from one community to another. Getting into the breaking the cost components down is insightful. It was helpful for Roland Park to help answer the question, well, what might be keeping our mill levy higher than our neighbors? Well, the lack of a stormwater assessment fee is a contributing factor, as is the fact that our sales tax rate is lower than our neighbors. So if we were to increase our sales tax to similar to theirs and implement a stormwater fee similar to theirs, we would likely be able to lower our mill levy so that we'd be comparable to them. So that's the type of insight that the tool has been able to provide to the city of Roland Park. And I first wanted to say, there's many ways to do it. And there are folks who will question, why did you use the assumptions that you chose? Well, back in 2009, this was really developed to look at how would the city of Harrisonville, which is where I worked at the time, compare with a new home. And that $252,000 home was an average new home construction in our vicinity. And we too had folks that were looking at particular components of our cost and comparing that with our neighbors and saying, well, this is high. So if there are specifics that you'd be interested in trying to draw out, I'd be happy to help. I'll work with Jeremy or Craig to do so. They have the spreadsheet, so they have all the data that's available. And admittedly, it might not be all that intuitive, but I'm happy to help them pull the data out or mine it.
Thank you, Commissioner Shipley. Again, I appreciate that. Not at all. This also kind of makes a discussion we have here a little bit different, maybe broader. We talk a lot about having a regional economy in Lawrence, and usually we mean we're stuck between Topeka and Kansas City. And so there's a kind of competition, or we're drawing things away from each other. And I feel like this is showing us our regional economy is bigger than we had assumed, in as much as we have a pretty clear, I guess, equality in some of these areas, or we're averaging out pretty well. Do you have any thoughts about regional economy and as it regards competition in these kinds of areas?
Well, based upon the average position, I think that you are well positioned, within the region. This does not look at, the cost per square foot of a home. And I didn't try to delve into that because you can find a per square foot price in pretty much any range in any of the cities that are on the comparison. That is really going to be the individual's choice. If they're using this tool to determine where they want to live, and they're going to focus on the cost, their price per square foot, they can get a realtor to help them with that. This will help them answer the question of, well, what's it going to cost for me to live there? And then, the other component is if I have to commute. And that's actually a pretty easy calculation as well. If you assume the federal government's mileage rate is an accurate representation of total cost of transportation, you can apply that in, if you were looking at Lawrence or comparing to Topeka and your job somewhere in the middle, that person can do that math with this tool. But I will submit that they're likely not going to focus so much on the bottom line. They're going to look at the quality of life, and the fact that Lawrence is a college community and has a very stable economy because of that, and great amenities and entertainment opportunities. Those things have great weight that go to the quality of life side of the equation more so than the bottom line. What's it going to cost?
Great, thank you. This is Commissioner Shipley. One last thing, although I'll have some things when we're in discussion, I'm sure. The water price is rising. Is that a concern among other communities? I mean, you're more on the kind of Missouri side, but certainly in Western Kansas, water in some areas is a concern. So I wondered if there's any broader discussion about sustainability, conservation. Does that give you any indicators? Does this give any indication to the communities who have looked at this, and is there some broader conversation there?
Great question. The pace of growth in the water being 5.8% during that 4-year period compared to the cost of sewer, 28% increase in that same period of time, that indicates to me there's likely regulatory requirements that are causing communities to have to invest more into their treatment facilities on the wastewater side to remain compliant. And the growth in the water side is really inflation paced. So I would say cost of energy and the increased cost of personnel are likely the driving factors for the water costs going up.
This is Commissioner Boley. Thank you very much for the presentation. It occurred to me that there could be differing user groups for this information. It could be staff, it could be elected, but also the public could be very much interested in this. How have you communicated this information with the public over the years?
Mostly through the presentations that I make to the governing body that I work for. I've made some presentations to other cities, such as this. I've made a presentation to the Missouri Municipal League at their annual conference on the presentation. The information is shared with all the cities. Once it's compiled, we ask for them to review it for accuracy, and then the presentation that I put together for my council I share as well. So I know that they use the tool, but I don't know how broadly it's used by the public. We use it here, you know, as we talk about our rate setting and our, you know, tax setting issues. And we do have a sales tax question that's on the ballot in November. And, you know, this was one of the pieces of information that the council considered when they were trying to decide, do we do a renewal of 1/4%, which is what our special purpose sales tax is at presently, or consider asking for an increase to 1/2%. And the council's decision was to put on a renewal question for 1/2%, so an increase. And I think that, you know, they were comfortable with that, knowing or being able to see how they compare, not just on the sales tax component, because that's a pretty easy comparison, but also seeing where we lie, you know, in the total cost.
I guess this is Commissioner Bully again. Yeah, I was wondering how you may have used it in Harrisonville with the public there, and how you use it in Roland Park with the public there.
Very similar, you know. So we had more utilities in Harrisonville. So as we would go through the budget process and review our utility rates and have the discussions about setting those, oftentimes this comparison would be used to, you know, bring into focus, you know, what would this rate change amount to, you know, when comparing with our neighbors. And it's, you know, the utilities are a small component, and that's another takeaway from the tool is there's only 1/3 of the total cost that falls into the utility category, and most cities don't have control over the electric or the gas. It's merely the water and the sewer. And so it gives perspective to the folks who sit in the seats and have to make those difficult decisions. You know, no one likes to see fees or rates or taxes increase. But there is always that inflationary pressure, or generally there's inflationary pressure that leads to, you know, the need to raise rates. Changes in regulatory requirements can have a significant impact on your water and your sanitary sewer rates as well. So I've dealt with that and used this as part of the discussion as well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
This is Mayor Ananda. I've been looking at the assumptions used for the comparisons, and they are very rosy. Particularly thinking about, you know, younger folks coming into communities who aren't going to be able to drop 20% on a $250,000 house, even if they are a family of 4, or to be able to save 10% of their income. So I think that those are kind of peripheral things. That's just a touch point that you're operating from. But I do wonder if there is a difference in the cost of living outcomes for folks who rent. You know, a significant portion of our community rents, and property taxes aren't going to be something that they're going to be paying separately. It's going to be folded into rent, presumably. And it may be more consistent over time, so that the owner of that property is getting less income as a result of that until they do raise that rent. Or, you know, I'm just curious if there is a space for a renter's perspective on this, if that would be different.
Well, I think that there's there's a great opportunity to look into that. I will say the Mid-America Regional Council, as well as Johnson County, have undertaken some workforce housing studies recently, and one of their key measures was to look at what percent of the population is paying too much for their housing costs, and that did look at those who are renting as well as owning. Beyond the scope of my tool here, but I will say that there's been effort taken recently to take a look at that in the Kansas City region. And the Johnson County study is not yet complete. The Mid-America Regional Council's is, and I know that that final report's available. I don't know if it included Lawrence or not, but it may still be something that's valuable if you're interested in looking at that issue.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting issue. We're looking at the average family home value that is being purchased by families of, I think 4 was the assumption that you brought into that. And I think the age has a pretty significant impact on that. If you're a family of 4 and you're in your late 20s, it's going to look very different for a family of 4 moving to a community with, 20 years of a career, not moving laterally is going to look, and the impact of that. Again, I don't think that necessarily impacts your analysis, right? Because you're taking these numbers that exist regardless of the circumstances of the folks moving there. But I think that this presents a very rosy presumption of what can be expected when you're talking about like percentage of income spent, the type of home that is affordable, even the personal property owned that's subject to property tax. That's for a lot of families a significantly high number. But I really appreciate all of this. I think it's really interesting to think about.
Well, and again, those highlighted cells, you can change those to meet whatever mix of criteria you're looking for, and the cost for those criteria in each city will be generated. So the tool has that dynamic capability incorporated in it. And the information should be accurate under different scenarios.
Are there any other, this is Mayor Ananda, are there any other questions from commissioners?
Commissioner Shipley, I might one more if nobody else is.
Go for it.
So since you have a lot of Kansas and Missouri, and I wonder how, or if at all, you think there's any implications for people who end up having to pay taxes in both states. So someone who lives in Kansas but works in Missouri, so they end up paying taxes in both states, or vice versa. Do you think that would average out, or do you think there's those are outliers? Is that a small enough number of people that it wouldn't affect the outcomes here?
I don't know. I hadn't ever looked at that. I can tell you that my wife lives in Kansas, works in Missouri, so I do the income taxes. It seems to work out to be about the same percentage of income, interestingly enough, but I hadn't considered that anomaly, but it certainly occurs in the metro area here.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you for that. I do want to see if there's any public comment. Check in with Sherri, and maybe we can pull down the screen share so that we can.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Let's see.
Mayor, this is Sherri Reidemann, City Clerk.
There isn't anyone in the room to provide comment.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you, Sherri. Well, if there's nothing else for commission, I do from the commission further. I do want to say thank you again, Keith, for taking the time, for spending such a late evening with us to go over this really fascinating information. I doubt this is the last conversation we'll have about this data, so thank you.
Well, thank you all very much as well. I'm having difficulty finding my my button to unshare.
This is Mayor Ananda. There we go. You got it. Thank you.
Y'all have a good evening.
You as well. The third item on our agenda is to receive a presentation on the 2020 strategic plan.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Danielle Buschkoetter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and we will jump into the presentation this evening. All right, there we go. So I'm really excited to kind of bring forward to you all a formal presentation about our strategic plan. I know it's been something we've been talking about for the last several months. And so before I really get into the full presentation, I really want to recognize all of the work that you all have done related to the strategic plan to really get us to this point. I really want to highlight all of the community members that have also taken time out of their busy lives to also provide feedback and engagement as part of this long process that we have been going through, as well as a number of city staff members. So really the level of engagement that we've had up to this point wouldn't have been possible without them. So I just want to recognize that this is really a culmination of a lot of time and energy that a lot of different people have put into it. And so really excited to be able to be the one to present that to you tonight and really get into this in a little bit more detail. So the general kind of agenda that we will be walking through this evening is kind of recapping a little bit of the development process that we have gone through to date, as well as reviewing the general structure of the strategic plan that's being presented. So we'll highlight on the mission statement that we have reviewed. We'll highlight the outcome areas, which really is focusing on what is it as a city we do on a day-to-day basis, as well as commitment areas. So this is really the how we do business. And we'll get into each of those in greater detail. And then we'll wrap up the presentation with the identified next steps and really bring forward some policy questions for you all to consider. So our general development process to identify those outcomes really started, there's a 5-step process. So we initiated the project, we conducted public outreach, you all had a retreat back in July, and we're to the point where we have drafted the strategic plan and we'll bring it forward to you all for adoption as part of this process. So the project initiation really started at the end of 2019 and early 2020. So we did have a strategic plan in place before we started going through kind of this update process. And that was adopted early in 2017. And that was really adopted with the intent of it being a 2 to 3 year plan. So we were coming up on the end of that plan, needed to really go through an update process. So we engaged with the Novak Consulting Group. They were the group that helped us in that initial development phase to also help us with this update process and really facilitate that. As I mentioned, a large amount of public outreach was done as part of this plan. We did something a little bit different and we put together what we call our Lawrence Listens team, which consisted of just over 45 different city staff members that received a training from the Novak Consulting Group to facilitate various types of public engagement activities. And this all took place in late February and early March, about a week before the city really started to respond to COVID. So through that, we were able to have in-person meetings and we heard from more than 3,000 people through that initial engagement process, through community meetings and satellite meetings. And we went to a number of small group meetings, as well as holding kind of the traditional online survey. But we also had paper surveys that we handed out to people at various tabling events. And really were able to get out into different portions of the community in a really unique way. So as I mentioned, We wrapped up that public engagement about a week before we started to respond to COVID and the impacts of that. Also, there was a bit of a lag between when that initial public outreach ended and when we really scheduled the retreat with you all to take all of that information and really talk about what are the outcomes that we want to see as part of the strategic plan. So we really felt the need to do community check-in meetings, not only because of COVID, and we wanted to see if the impact of that had changed what we had heard in our public engagement activity, but we were also having enhanced conversations about equity and inclusion, not just locally, but nationally as well. So we wanted to really reach back out to the community, do a bit of a check-in to see if things had changed. So we took all of that information and it was summarized to you all for the City Commission retreat that was held in late July of this year. And at that retreat, the conversation really focused on those outcome areas. What are we in business to do? And so out of that, we'll review each of those outcome statements that you all put together. But that was really the primary purpose of that particular retreat. The other thing that we got out of that retreat was a request from you all to really reevaluate our mission statement as part of this process as well, so that it was a little bit more inspirational and maybe fit the rest of the strategic plan a little bit better. So we'll talk about that as well. All right, so then steps 4 and 5 of this process are really the drafting and adopting of the strategic plan. So as you can see, 6 commitment areas as well as 5 outcomes. I'm not going to go over each of those here because we will get into each of those in more detail in just a minute. But I did want to highlight that once the strategic plan is adopted, that's really when our work begins. That's when the implementation can really start. And so part of that process and part of what will still be coming to you all are work plans related to each of those commitment areas and outcome areas, along with key performance indicators related to each of those areas as well. So this is really kind of the framework that we will be working from, and I think those work plans will really provide a lot more of that detail, and those key performance indicators will really be those things that we use to report back to you all on a regular basis to really identify performance related to the strategic plan. All right, so want to get into the structure of this a little bit before we review each outcome and commitment. So as I mentioned, there are 5 outcome areas. These are the things, this is what we do in the community, as well as those 6 commitment areas, which is really how we do business. So once again, those work plans will be identified, brought back to you all in early 2021 to really kind of add more detail to this plan. And each of those will also have corresponding key performance indicators. So for those of you who are maybe a bit more visual, wanted to put together kind of a visual representation of what we mean when we say commitments and outcomes and how these things will interrelate to one another. So you can see here the columns are really representing those 5 outcome areas. So this is the public facing side, what we do as the city. Those commitments are kind of going horizontal across the back of those outcomes. And these are really the things that support what we do, but this is really how we do those things. These are kind of those key values that we want to keep front of mind as we look at achieving these different outcome areas. And each of those gray boxes is really meant to represent an opportunity for a key performance indicator. You may have some that have a couple key performance indicators. You may have some that don't have any, but that's really, in an ideal world, we would have a key performance indicator in each of those gray boxes that really looks at the intersection between the particular commitment and those outcome areas. So I want to get into talking a little bit about the mission statement, because that was one of the things that came out of the City Commission retreat. And it's something that we took back to really look at this and include this as part of the scope of the strategic plan kind of revisioning and update process. So we started off by putting together a survey for different staff groups that we have in the city, and really asked them what their personal mission was. Why do they come to work every day? What really motivates them? And asking them whether or not the current mission statement that I will show you in just a minute really was in line with that, or if there was something in recommendations that they would make to maybe change that language a little bit. So we took those responses and we drafted a new mission statement that we thought was a little bit more inspirational and kind of fit the tone of the strategic plan a little bit better. And then we followed up with those same staff members that took that internal survey to see if that better aligned with kind of their own personal mission and why they come to work every day. So the mission statement that we have in place today is up on your screen, and it's: we are committed to providing excellent city services that enhance the quality of life for the Lawrence community. The mission statement in your proposed strategic plan is: we create a community where all enjoy life and feel at home. So it was simplified a bit, changed a bit, and we think this kind of better aligns with some of the language in the rest of our strategic plan. So that is what is being proposed to you all tonight as part of the strategic plan. All right, so I want to review each of these outcome areas, and I'm going to apologize ahead of time. The next several slides I will be reading to you all, which is not typically good performance etiquette. However, I do see the value in making sure that we go through the specificity of each of these outcome and commitment areas so that we can read them in their entirety. So I just wanted to apologize ahead of time. But these are really the outcome areas that came out of the retreat that you all had back in July. So kind of the preface we have for these outcome areas is to realize our vision for Lawrence, we endeavor to achieve these important strategic outcomes together. And these are the outcomes identified. So the first listed is unmistakable identity. Lawrence is a welcoming community, synonymous with arts, diverse culture, fun, and a quintessential downtown. City parks and community events contribute to the vibrancy experienced by all people in Lawrence. Next is strong, welcoming neighborhoods. All people in Lawrence live in safe, functional, and aesthetically unique neighborhoods that provide opportunities to lead healthy lifestyles with access to safe and affordable housing and essential services that help them thrive. Next is safe and secure. Lawrence is a community where all people feel safe and secure and have access to trusted public and community-based safety resources. The next is prosperity and economic security. The City of Lawrence fosters an environment that provides all people and businesses the opportunity for economic security and intentionally acknowledges, removes, and prevents barriers by systemic and institutional injustice. Our community succeeds because of collaborative prosperity and a vibrant, sustainable local economy. And finally, we have infrastructure, asset management, and connectivity. The City of Lawrence has well-maintained, functional, and efficient infrastructure, facilities, and other assets. Connectivity supports accessible, sustainable methods for safely moving people and information throughout the community and the region. Investment in these assets reflects the city's commitment to contribute to the well-being of all people. All right, so now we're going to get into kind of the development process for the commitments. and the commitment areas. So we talked a little bit about this at the City Commission retreat, and there was some kind of draft language presented to you all at that time. Since then, we've had quite a few conversations internally about kind of further refinement of those definitions, and that's what we're going to present to you this evening. So again, kind of the preface for the commitment areas is the way we do our work is as important as what we do. The community we create is reflected in the decisions we make every day. These are our commitments. The first is community engagement. Just to provide a little bit of context before I get into all 6 of these, that first bullet point, kind of the italicized component of it, can kind of be thought of as the general definition, and then that subsequent portion is really how this is intended to kind of show up in our work. So I'll read them together, but you can kind of think about it in terms of kind of that framework. So community engagement. Listen, share, and engage with our community to drive action and build trust in city government. We invite and welcome all community members to collaborate and innovate with us. Through strong and equitable engagement with our community, we share and receive information about important city services and community life. The next is efficient and effective processes. Intentional and consistent delivery of city services. We focus on process improvement by working collaboratively to understand needs, research, adapt and develop successful solutions. Trustworthy processes are the foundation for the delivery of city services. Next is equity and inclusion. Fair and impartial delivery of services so that no group is disadvantaged or burdened, along with having inclusive representation and participation for all. Inclusion and racial equity drive the culture of our organization and our community. When we intentionally prioritize race, it can no longer be used to predict life outcomes, and outcomes are improved for all. We remove systemic barriers to reconcile historic injustices and their continued presence in our work. The next is sound fiscal stewardship. Efficient use and sustainable management of resources that align with community priorities. We build and maintain public trust while using our resources to achieve high value. We provide transparent, easy access to relevant, accurate data for budgeting and decision-making. Engaged and empowered teams. People throughout the organization are trusted, supported, and cared for as we build community. We invest in and cultivate service to community, individual growth, team development, respect, and trust. Our very best is achieved by a diverse, engaged, collaborative, and innovative organizational culture. And finally, environmental sustainability. A deep respect for our place in relationship with the planet and environment. We consider the environmental consequences of every decision, big and small, knowing that our actions have impacts beyond our boundaries. We protect and restore our ecosystem to make it healthier and more balanced for future generations. All right, so as I've mentioned, we will be, I wanted to kind of provide an overview of the work plans that will really ultimately kind of support the framework that's before you this evening. So the work plans will kind of use the following structure. They will start with various key strategies, and you can kind of think of these as the purpose our former priority initiatives serve, but we'll identify kind of these key strategies, roughly 4 to 6 of those that are needed to achieve the stated outcome or commitment. Then under each of those strategies will be key activities. So these are the activities that are identified that we need to do in order to meet those key strategies. And then key performance indicators. Again, these are the metrics used to measure success within each of these areas. So some of those key performance indicators will come at kind of the intersection between the outcome and the commitment, but others may be tied to some of these key strategies that are identified. Again, for those of you who are maybe a little bit more visual, this is kind of a visual representation of the previous slide. So key performance indicators would kind of be next shown in here as well, but that's kind of the relationship between the strategies and the activities related to each outcome area, and this will ultimately make up the work plan. So I want to take just a brief moment to kind of talk about what the strategic plan is going to impact and kind of those key impact areas. So this is not meant to be a nice, pretty plan that we adopt and we set on the shelf. This is really intended to be the plan that really drives our day-to-day work. And everything that we do should be able to be tied back to the strategic plan and the commitments and the outcomes that have been identified. It will also play a really important role in the budget process and the prioritization that we all have to go through annually related to our limited resources, as well as where we put our staffing resources and the time we have with our staff to be able to really move progress forward in these areas outlined by the strategic plan, which then kind of rolls into the projects and programs that we move forward. So really just kind of want to emphasize that this plan should really drive the day-to-day that we do and really articulate what we want to be in business to do. So I want to briefly talk about the next steps. So kind of broke it out into what you all can expect and then what we will be doing kind of in the background between these kind of key dates. So obviously we're here before you this evening to kind of hear if there are changes and modifications that you all are interested in making before we bring back the strategic plan for your consideration next week. This will include the commitments, the outcome, vision statement, which we didn't talk about, but was on that first slide, as well as the mission statement. So once that is adopted, we will come back to you all in January so that you can review those work plans and key performance indicators. And then we'll do regular progress updates with you all in 2021 moving forward. So from the city staff side, we're working on developing teams to really put together those draft work plans related to each commitment and outcome area, as well as the development of those key performance indicators so we can come back to you all in January with that recommendation. And then ultimately implementation. So like I said, that's really where the work begins and the rubber meets the road, and we can really start making progress in these areas that have been identified. So we have two very broad, high-level policy questions for you all to consider. The first one is, does the proposed mission statement better align with the rest of the strategic plan? And then the second is, are there adjustments that you all would be interested in making to any of the commitment or outcome areas before we bring it back to you all for final consideration and adoption? So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. I know we have a number of staff on the call as well that I'm sure would also be happy to help answer any questions that you have.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you so much for this, Danielle. I think that everyone knows how giddy I am at how this process has gone and just engaging in this process. I hope that the other commissioners are as excited about using this kind of a framework in our work for our decision making and driving that. I think that there are a lot of opportunities that will help us kind of hone our direction, maintain a course. And I think the most exciting thing for me about this plan compared to the old plan is that it's all adaptive. There aren't any technical pieces to this because a community is never done being the best community that can be. And so I am very excited about that. if you hadn't noticed. So I guess in regard to your questions, I think that the mission statement sounds pretty exciting for folks to be able to grab a hold of. And wordsmith me is like, oh, I need to like digest this a little bit more. But I think that this is what drives our employees and our staff and really gives them the motivation to fall under this broader strategic plan. And in reading it in that way, it's very exciting, I think. And I don't see any adjustments. I'm curious though, the question that I have to get to that is whether or not our new Director of Equity and Inclusion will be able to speak to this prior to our adoption of it.
Mayor, this is Casey Toomay, Assistant City Manager, and if I may try to answer your question. So hopefully you all have seen the news that we've publicly announced Dr. Faris Muhammad as our first Director of Equity and Inclusion, and we're really excited for you all to get a chance to meet him and for the community to get a chance to meet him and start working together. The city manager and I did have a brief conversation with Faris about this statement related to equity and inclusion in our commitment statements. We also had a little bit of conversation about all of the other commitment statements and the strategic plan. And certainly Faris is excited to get here and start meeting folks out in the community and listening to them and hearing from staff and putting together thoughts about how to start his work. But he certainly thought that the statement that we had written he was comfortable with that. He thought it would serve him well and be a good launching pad for him to start his work here in Lawrence. So hopefully that answers your question.
This is Mayor Ananda. That does. Thank you. And I think we're all very excited to have Dr. Muhammad here in Lawrence.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners, particularly in regard to the two questions? And I can repeat those and we can go through them one by one if you prefer. Go ahead.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldei. I certainly appreciate the work staff has done on this, and I'm not quite as giddy as the mayor, but I'm pretty excited about this. And I do appreciate the graphical representations of the plan. I think that helps people like me understand where we're going and the intersection between the commitments and the outcomes. And as it relates to the question related to the mission statement, I do like it. I like it a lot. I think the idea that all enjoy life and feel at home is a stronger and more aspirational goal than enhance the quality of life that we previously said. So I appreciate that change, and I certainly like the mission statement. And at least at the moment, and I might think more about it obviously as for next week, but I don't have any suggestions to the commitments. I know staff has spent a lot of time wordsmithing these, and I'm not much of a wordsmith, so I'm leaning towards appreciating what they've done here and moving forward. And I guess let me finish that statement is, I think these commitments, as we've talked about, are really commitments of how our staff, they apply to a commission as well, but how our staff does their job on a daily basis. So I think it's very important that the staff have the buy-in to these commitment statements. And I believe that they've spent a lot of time on that to get to that buy-in, and I certainly want to support them in that belief.
This is Mayor Ananda. Anyone else before we go to public comment?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Larsen. I just want to thank staff for all the work they've put into this. And I don't think I'm going to wordsmith anything. They've obviously done quite a bit of it. I'll read it some more. It was, quite lengthy, I have to admit. But, I have to admit, I'm more interested in the pudding. Proof is in the pudding, what happens after this. So I'm looking forward to how we move forward with it. But this is just really early phase one. So we need to figure out how we can actually implement this thing and do it right.
This is Mayor Ananda. Sherri, is there anyone present to give public comment on this item?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Well, in that case, it's back to the commission. Are there any final thoughts on this? Okay, thank you all. Thank you for your work, and I'm very much looking forward. Our last item on the work session agenda is to receive a presentation regarding transient guest tax funds.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is
Courtney, Director of Communications and Creative Resources, and I also serve as the liaison to the Explore Lawrence board. About a year ago, in response to the budget process, during the City Commission work session on October 8, 2019, Michael Davidson, Executive Director of Explore Lawrence, provided a presentation on the economic impact of tourism and requested that the City Commission review the appropriate use of transient guest tax, or TGT, funds at a future meeting. So first, I'm going to provide a brief background and reference presentation on the TGT fund. And then Michael Davidson is also here tonight, along with Kimberly Onspach from Explore Lawrence. And after my presentation, they will provide a presentation about economic impact of tourism in Lawrence and more information, I'm sure. So let me share my screen here. So basically in review here, hang on, for some reason this is not clicking here. The transient guest tax program goes back to policies that are relevant from Kansas Statute 12-1697 and Kansas Statutes 12-1698, which are linked here. The city chartered out of those two statutes with the two ordinances below, which are Charter Ordinance 30 and Charter Ordinance 39, also linked in this document for your review. I worked with Jeremy Wilmoth on this, and he provided these numbers of looking back at the TGT fund and revenues over the past 5 years and looking forward as well. Currently, we're because of the pandemic, as people understand, we're about 51.89% below typical revenues for the TGT program. I believe that Jeremy is going to receive more information in the next few days or so they'll have an update on those numbers and continue projecting into 2021, which looks like around 88% for the TGT revenues for next year. For fiscal year 2021, the tourism fund budget lists these different items. I won't go through all of them, but you can see them all there. This is what's designated in the budget for 2021. The city adopted Charter Ordinance number 30 in 1994, which sets forth how TGT funds can be used. Monies in the TGT fund shall be expended for such purposes as the City Commission determines, promotes, enhances, maintains, or improves the tourism, visitor, or convention business of the city. And last year, as part of the budget process, in staff's opinion, provided the Commission makes a determination that recommendations promote, enhance, maintain, or improve tourism, visitor, or convention business of the city, then the City Commission's recommendations for the use of TGT funds or appropriate uses of TGT funds under Charter Ordinance number 30. So I will stop my screen share, and I believe Michael is going to share his presentation.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Porter. There's some very impressive presentations today. I'm a little intimidated, but I'll do my best and share what we have to talk about. So let's see if I can share my presentation. Oh, I got it. Good. I'm feeling good. I got that done, right? Okay. Let me move some documents around. Okay. Okay. So first of all, I just want to thank you for last week's meeting where you approved the temporary suspension of our rent in these times where the transient guest tax revenue is in question and how much we're going to get in next year. We thank you for that $30,000 break. When this all hit, and when the tourism basically stopped, we have come to understand that while the country might be in a recession, the tourism industry is in a depression, and it really goes around what is happening to the hotels and the lack of visitors we're having. So the thing that is sort of challenging in this world when we look at it is that hotels weren't able to really pivot like other businesses were. Restaurants could start takeout service, retail could do online sales. Well, you can't sell a virtual hotel room, and you can't have a curbside bed. So the industry really was handicapped, and because people weren't traveling, we couldn't get them to travel. The industry has actually taken the leadership role in, I think, in instituting the CDC guidelines and going beyond. I think other industries have looked, particularly at the hotel industry, and how we have, in the safety enhancements we've had. Every major hotel has a safety plan. If you go onto their websites, you can see what they're doing in terms of enhanced cleaning. So we were trying to make sure the public felt safe when they were ready to travel. But as it's been a pent-up demand to travel, coupled with a fear of travel. And in Lawrence, a couple other big bangs for us. Obviously, the university, stopping, kids going home, even the restart of the school year, which is going to be shortened. People are going to be leaving in November and not returning until February. All those things are really challenging what's happening for the tourism industry and for Lawrence. I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through the slides. I'm going to highlight some of the things that we talk about. Obviously, it is a huge industry, and it had substantial growth over the years, but has stalled. And we continue to realize it's going to stall for a while. Just for informational, as we do when Kim runs our tourism ambassador program, I do a little piece on economic activity. And it's interesting when you look at it that lodging is a very small portion of economic activity when people come into town. So for every dollar spent in Lawrence, only 17 cents is on that hotel room. But if that hotel room wasn't here, all these other activities would be depressed in how much spending. If you're not spending, 2 days in town, you're not eating 6 meals in town, you're not going shopping. So again, the lodging is what drives the rest of the economic activity for tourism. Again, it generates millions of dollars for the community, and those dollars are spent, both on the state level and local government levels. And again, that's why we're an economic development industry, even though people don't look at us that way. That's what we are. We drive economic activity through travel. Over 2,800 jobs are created in tourism industry here in Douglas County, and 1 out of every 13 jobs in the county is tourism related. This is how we do it. I'm going to go through these slides pretty quickly because I want to really get to the meat of, I think, what our discussion is. But community relations, this has really allowed us to be as effective as we have as an organization. This has been a lot of time spent reaching out with stakeholders, with partners, with people who didn't even think they had a relationship to what we do. And Kim has done an amazing job with the Tourism Ambassador Program. She runs the Arts Roundtable. So we have really gotten involved in the community to understand the assets, to motivate our stakeholders to get involved with us and understanding how tourism benefits us all. The extranet essentially is how people add information to our website. We are probably the best CVB in the state in terms of partners using our website, listing their events, adding information about their businesses. That has been really a big success for us, and a reason why we're so successful. And again, We started the tourism ambassador program. It's got a little stunted because of COVID-19, but we did do a special training for the downtown ambassador program, working with the city's parking director to run that program, get it off the ground. Sales are what it's all about. This is what we are. We are a sales and marketing organization. That's what we do. That's how we bring business here. And in 2019, the sales department generated 63 leads, which converted to over almost 2,600 room nights and over $4 million in economic activity. We use a device called an economic event calculator that was developed by the industry, and those are numbers that we're very comfortable with. And again, this was the sales department used to have 2 people in it. We're now down to 1 person. We obviously had to make some cuts there, but the sales efforts I think, are pretty impressive for a small organization and for an organization that doesn't truly have a convention center. So we're competing with destinations that have more assets than we have. But again, we've been aggressively selling. I think we've done some really good jobs there. The marketing part, I mean, a lot of you have seen our marketing. A lot of you haven't seen our marketing because we don't market locally, even though during the early stages of COVID-19, we reconfigured our efforts and started talking to residents more. So our website was the go-to site to find out what restaurants were open, what were closed, how they were changing their practices. We populated our events calendar, which normally is our #1 visited page, to do virtual events. So we pivoted from external marketing to internal marketing. We thankfully are getting back out to doing the external marketing, which will bring business here. But the efforts of that department, every dollar we spend brings $61 back to our community. That's our marketing efforts, and we measure that through a whole bunch of tools, the arrivalist tool and other things. But again, a real strong return on investment for our efforts. And we luckily received the CARES grant, which is going to allow us to begin to market the Lawrence Promise as we move between now and the end of the year, hopefully start generating some visitation. Visitor Center, I mean, this was a big effort on our part with the support of the city commissioners. When we were talking on this, we moved our visitor center from a beautiful site with no visitation to a downtown location where we are killing it, and even killing it now, even though we've had to reduce hours there. This is the kind of things we had over 6,700 visitors, handed out over 30,000 brochures, welcome bags we put together for events that were in town. This is where we get to the meat of where it's all about, and this is as Porter indicated in his presentation, the city commission determines the best use of these dollars. So we have over the years had a lot of money in this. We had a great fund balance in the transient guest tax, and I think that probably made it a good source to go after programs that the city thought were valuable. Some of them more directly to tourism promotion than others, but as we realized that fund balance is decreasing and we need to figure out how to spend all those dollars the best way. Some of the things that we've newly added to the transient guest tax account to paying recently within the last year or two, downtown Lawrence used to be funded out of general fund, now is getting funded out of the transient guest tax. The Arts Commission, I believe that's also been newly funded through the transient guest tax over the last few years. The biggest new hit for the transient guest tax fund is that internal services fund. I believe last year that was about $30,000, and that's the first year it ever came out of transient guest tax. And this year it's over $136,000. We've been funding over the years debt service on a number of city-owned facilities. We also fund, Parks and Rec, some of their staff. We do downtown improvements, the plantings, the holiday lights. I think that's a newer thing that also starting to come out of the transient guest tax over the last couple of years. But as the dollars have decreased, it's more important that you guys help us make sound decisions on how the money should be spent. And, from the perspective of our organization, the best use of these dollars are for sales and marketing. And that's what will bring the business here, that will create the revenue, that will support other services. But we've taken so many things that we've kind of thought made sense to fund this. And I think we want you to begin to think about for, probably not 2021 because the budget is set, but for 2022, what's the best use of these dollars? Because the dollars are not going to be coming in as strongly as they came in the past. As you, I think you're made aware at the last week's commission meeting that our budget was cut 50%. I think Stuart asked, was the commission aware of it? It probably wasn't brought in front of the commission because, our relationship with the city, we sat down with Jeremy and we realized the funding wasn't coming in, and we came to I guess an understanding that we were going to get half the funding, and then we had to make the adjustments on our end. But all the other things that were funded through the transient guest tax, I don't know if they received the same 50% decrease. We know the transient guest tax grant program didn't expend much of this money, but did the other things that were funded in last year's budget get funded to its full amount, or were they also proportionally decreased? I don't have an answer to that. Jeremy might be able to speak to that. But again, this is, as stated again in Porter's presentation, the city commission determines the best use of these dollars. Now, it's not a lot of dollars. I mean, it's 1.8 million, 1.7 million in a very large city budget, but we would like you to think more, give it a greater look at as we think about next year. How do we continue to fund the efforts of the marketing that returns the dollars to the community? And that's really, and there's just one more I want to share with you. This was from the CEO of Discovered Puerto Rico. It's in your packet, the actual letter he wrote, but he said this is tourism's George Bailey moment. So from, obviously, It's a Wonderful Life. We now know what life looks without tourism. We know what it looks like when you can't go to a restaurant, or you can't go to see a play, or go join a beautiful, one of our great, music events on downtown, a Mass Street event, and things like that. So we now know that the quality of our life is not as good without tourism. And besides making a better world, we also create jobs and we create taxes and economic output. So that's my presentation. I'm open to answer any questions you might have. Kim is on the meeting. I don't think Kim wants to talk. I think she just wanted to sort of be in on it. But Kim, if you want to say anything, be my guest, jump on in.
I think you said everything very well, Michael. Thank you.
You're welcome. By the way, Kim is the most senior employee of Explore Lawrence, so she's really experienced all the changes we've had over the last few years. So again, I'm open to any questions. And again, I think this is the beginning of a conversation that we want to continue to have. What is the best use of the transient guest dollars? So thank you very much.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you, Michael and Porter, and thank you for being here, Kim, with us so late. Commissioners, do you have any questions for any of our presenters or anyone here? Go ahead.
Commissioner Shipley. Well, first I want to remind Porter, if I may, to put the presentation back on the agenda. It was on there Thursday or Friday, and it's not now. So one slide, I think I have it. I'm looking right at it. I have received presentation. I have no package. Do you see it?
I do.
Okay. Can someone look at the slide that has the budget for 2020 or 2021? What the second or third slide maybe of Porter's? Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Shipley still. So there's a lot of partners on here who get the transient guest tax. I appreciate some of the background that Michael gave us about how some things are funded out of it that did not used to be. And I think that will be a valuable conversation in the future. Obviously, we didn't plan on this pandemic. I would like to hear, especially if we're talking about how to best spend our transient guest tax, I would want to hear from these other partners. I would want to hear from the Arts Commission. I would want to hear from Parks and Rec about the lights, if there's something else they could do. I want to hear from Downtown Lawrence, the Historical Society, Sister Cities, $8,000, pretty ultimately small amount of money, in order to have a real conversation about either how to, if we're going to not fund these or if we're going to prioritize one organization over the others. I'd like to hear from the other organizations.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Michael.
I don't want to be in the position of we're playing organizations against each other. That's not my intention at all. I was just pointing out that some of the things were funded at a general fund and now they've been moved into transient guest tax. That was just my point on that, Commissioner.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldei. I guess I was going to kind of make the same point. I think the question that Michael is asking is, you know, we have a wastewater fund, and we have funds that come in, and we want to use that to work on wastewater projects. We don't use the wastewater projects, you know, wastewater funds to, you know, pay for Downtown Lawrence Inc. Because we have a particular fund that we use for those purposes. And I think the question I think that Michael's asking is a more kind of fundamental question, which is, I mean, obviously our charter ordinance lets us do what we want with it. But the question is, if we have a transient guest tax that is, again, in theory, not as defined as wastewater or whatever, but if it's a tax that is developed with revenue, how do we look at how we use that money on a philosophical level? Not that we would not fund any of these other organizations, the Arts Commission, the city clerk, the finance, you know, downtown banners. Not that you would say you wouldn't fund those things, but where do you fund those from? And should there be a closer tie to spending this money on more direct services related to the transient guest? At least that's how I'm interpreting what Michael's saying, as kind of a philosophical measure of how we do that. And maybe I butchered that, Michael, but that's at least how I understood what you were saying.
No, the Commissioner, I think that's very accurate. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. So, Vice Mayor Finkeldei again. So again, I think, I mean, the question is maybe a little more philosophical than not saying, again, Commissioner Shipley, not that we would be saying we shouldn't fund any of those other organizations, but philosophically, what's this fund meant for, and then how do we want to spend it?
Commissioner Shipley, yeah, and it sounds like commissions before now had that conversation, and they put those things in this fund. So how do we address that as a commission moving forward, especially in this case when we're talking about getting blood out of a stone? We were betting on prosperous years for many years to come, that we're in this position. So, okay, philosophically now we have to make a decision. That is what we're going to be asked to do. And what I hear Mr. Davidson saying is that he sees this should be prioritized for sales and marketing. So we're going to have to decide that, because whatever money does come in, for example, we might want to spend on things that are for the community, like, Busker Fest is a good example. It does make a lot of money. It gets a lot of tax dollars, but it doesn't bring a lot of out of city hotel stays, but it's still an enormous event for our community. Everybody comes out for it. So much in the way that we might have to prioritize something that receives transient guest tax grant dollars, we're going to be asked to decide if we should invest this money in marketing and sales or the plants for downtown beautification, because we've put that in this fund. Unless we're going to reallocate it somewhere else and put it back where it was, that's the position we're in right now.
This is Mayor Ananda. I think that this is a prime opportunity to begin the work of applying the strategic plan that we just talked about. How do we rank it based on these priorities and these values that we've identified, and look at all of these programs as they apply to the transient guest tax. And again, it's not what do we do or what do we not do, but where do we prioritize where these funds go specifically. Other questions or dialogue on this? Are there any members of the public who would like to give public comment, Sherri?
No, Mayor.
Mayor Ananda, thank you. Okay, anything else on this item? Again, thank you all for your presentations on this. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so we are now back from recessing our regular meeting, and we are ready to move into executive session.
Mayor, this is Sherri Reidemann, City Clerk. If you'll note on the agenda, we do have a motion to reconvene the regular meeting, if you don't mind.
Oh, I didn't see that. I don't see that on the.
We reconvene the regular meeting.
Commissioner Larsen, second.
Mayor Ananda, we have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second from Commissioner Larsen. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larsen?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye. Mayor Ananda, aye. That is unanimously passed. Now we are back, and we have a motion to recess into executive session. Commissioner Bully?
Actually, I'm going to request that someone send me the link to the meeting because I can't find it.
We did receive that.
Yeah.
I can resend it.
At 6 p.m. Start.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei, while he's looking for that, I'll move to recess into executive session for approximately 45 minutes to discuss a personnel matter involving a city employee pursuant to the non-elected personnel matter exception, KSA 75-4319B1. The justification for executive session is to protect employee privacy. The City Commission meeting will resume in its virtual format in accordance with Resolution 7333 at the conclusion of the executive session.
Commissioner Larsen, second.
So Mayor Ananda, we have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldei, a second from Commissioner Larsen. Vice Mayor Finkeldei?
Aye.
Commissioner Larsen?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye, and I confirm I got the link. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Ananda, aye. That passes unanimously. We will be back in 45 minutes.
You time traveled over here.
Yeah, I just got kind of trained and made it just like that.
I always turn off
Amtrak
the
Stewart.
volume on this. I forgot. Kurt, are you ready for us?
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Ananda, we are back and we have nothing to report. I believe we are ready to adjourn.
Does Commissioner Bowley move to adjourn?
Vice Mayor Finkeldei, second.
So Mayor Ananda, we have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second from Vice Mayor Finkeldei. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei?
Aye.
Commissioner Larsen? We missed you on mute.
Aye.
We got enough of an eye there. Okay, thanks. Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Ananda, aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you all, and we will see you next Tuesday.
Thank you. Thanks for staying, Jeff.
I think Jeff